world. Some of the topics we will cover are women and change and gender equality, new politics, how to get the next generation involved and how to galvanize the next generation in politics and how politicians are interacting with them. We will, of course, tackle climate change and a Green New Deal, and we'll finish by talking about the need for a new social contract. But before we dive into all those panels, I'm pleased to say that I have two of the co-organizers of the Global Progressive Forum here with me today. Joining us remotely, we have Connie Reuter from the Progressive Alliance. Connie, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well. It's a pity I cannot be with you today in Brussels,
Yes.
but well, I'm next to you.
Well, it is a hybrid event, and the advantage of that is that we do get to have so many people from all over. So you're very welcome. How do you feel it's gone so far?
Years now, and I must say this is certainly one of the most exciting events with a lineup that is absolutely impressive. And I would like to use the opportunity, well, not only to congratulate you, Kelly, and the other journalists helping us to get through for this, but in particular the team who is behind the scenes and who is doing all this work, which helps us, to Zita, my friend, and to me and many others, just to be in the front line. And also, well, I want to congratulate Sergei and Andy Shida because they took this initiative. Well, for sure, we all would have liked to be physically present and showing that we are a strong political family. Yeah? That, social democracy is not lost in space. Social democracy is not speaking on visions. Social democracy is acting and promoting the most important, acting on the most urgent issues, which are for the societal development at global level. Well, from our side, like the other partners, we are not only participating in these 3 days, and I think it was a very good conceptual approach.
You've more than 30 webinars and preparatory events worldwide, and some of them have been on the issue of resilient democracy. It would be great if you could tell us a little more about them.
Yes, well, as Progressive Alliance is the global cooperation network of social democratic and socialist parties, whatever we do, working on issues, we do it globally and we do it continental. So we started a series on resilient democracies. Why? Well, I think in Europe we discuss on Poland, we discuss on Hungary, we discuss on the question of the impact on the unsocial side of the so-called social media. We see the criminalization of those who help the migrants in the Mediterranean. And there are many attempts also and threats to democracy in Europe, but also worldwide. Just today, I got the information that the leader of our member party, UNAMOS in Nicaragua, Soyen Barahona, she is now in jail since the 13th of June. Since the 13th of June. And nobody knows where she is, in which jail. Nobody knows anything new on her. And I think, well, this is part also of our DNA. We always stood for international solidarity. We always have promoted civic human rights and civil rights. And we should not forget that, well, sitting in the European Parliament is one thing, but in the same time, we have many activists and also party leaders from our political family who are persecuted, who are in jail. And the picture is not gloomy. We can go around the continents. Well, I mentioned Nicaragua with the dictatorship of Ortega and Murillo. We know about the problems with Bolsonaro in Brazil. We just had Lula on Monday in the European Parliament. And I noted down one quote from Lula in his fantastic speech. Lula said, well, we progressives stand for a vision that does not allow anymore Nazism or fascism, but we are there to promote democracy. And I think this is also something which we have heard in the last 2 days. When we speak on democracy, it's not only the institutional side, it is not only participating in elections, it is participatory democracy. Being on gender issues, the women's movement is a movement before it got into the parties. It's acting. We heard yesterday from my former organization, Solidar, the Domestic Workers Federation president, Bertel, who got the Silver Rose Award for Lifetime Achievement. She is an organizer, she's a promoter, she is a shaker and a doer. And I think sometimes in our family, we should also remind ourselves that if we speak on democracy, it is much more than only the institutional side. We have the debate on the rule of law. Let's insist very much, and this is what we also went through, that if we speak of rule of law, we do not want the rule of martial law, we want a democratic rule, or we want a rule of democratic law, which is important. We see also new and old trends. We have seen the military interventions in Ghana and Mali. As one example, we see a very strong Russian intervention in Africa. We see the Chinese, which are not coming with military coups, but with trade agreements, which are at the disadvantage of developing countries. So there are really hot potatoes. And we see also that there are new actors coming in, like the Pentecostal churches, who have a tremendous influence, not only in Brazil, but also going through Africa. And if you go to Asia, well, we know about Myanmar, we know about Hong Kong. In Asia, we also have the other example from the Philippines, where thousands of people are killed because they are accused by some people of having been drug users and abusers, but there is no sentence, there's no trial, there's nothing. They are just killed by
There's definitely a lot of work that still needs to be done, and it's wonderful that the Progressive Alliance and other organizations like yours are shining a light on these issues and mentioning the individuals who are in jail or who are being persecuted for trying to do the right thing. And of course, the point you made about participative democracy, about the importance of movements, is very fitting, because we have here Zita Gurmai as well from the Party of European Socialist Women. I'd love to give the floor to you to tell us a little bit about the PAS Women.
Sure. So first of all, it's a great privilege to be here. And of course, as we know that COVID does not allow us to be together. So
yes.
I'm a bit upset that I cannot hug my friend Connie. And of course, we did a lot of good things together. And you can be sure that within the Global Progressive Forum, and of course with his alliance, of course we make sure that women are in a great representation. So PS Women is the women organization of the European Socialist Party, and of course we have 32 sister organizations, and of course we are really doing policies. We do a lot of awareness campaign, and of course we really try to make sure that during the pandemic, as we have foreseen, it was a real drama for women. So that's why I strongly believe that the GPF is it's an absolutely amazing event, and I really would like to congratulate you as well. And I can tell you that I have been on the GPF event because I am the president of PS Women for long years, when Bill Clinton has been here.
So
I have witnessed here in this parliament, and of course as a former member of European Parliament,
yes.
Of course I'm always happy to be back. And I can tell you that time Martin Schulz, Poul Nyrup Rasmussen has been the party leader, and of course our excellent group leader. And I could tell you that time we had a very few women speakers. And of course, if you just see what happened of the last 10 years, we have a real breakthrough of women leaders.
So the Global Progressive Forum is in itself progressing.
Absolutely. And then I can tell you that we have great models. Look at my colleague Irache, who is re-elected actually president of the group. I just congratulated her. She has been in PS Women. So actually, I'm super proud that we have so many amazing feminists, who become leaders, like Jacinda Ardern. I have been there 2016 on a party congress when she became vice president, and I am so thrilled, that she is an amazing leader, and I'm sure that you could read the book about Jacinda. So our job is just to make sure that we have more and more women, and we have parity, and we have gender mainstreaming all around, we have gender budgeting. So this is what PS Women is absolutely working for. And again, now it's a great opportunity that we have so many amazing brains all around Europe. So I would say we progressive on a global level, we are really the leading force. If you just see that Antonio Guterres is coming from our party family, just to give you an example. And then we have a president of the parliament here.
Yes.
And then we have an amazing woman who is leading the FAM committee. So we have great leaders, or Katarina Barley, who has been the Minister of Justice. She is the Vice President of the Parliament. So I really wish that the next European Parliament leader should be finally a woman. It's time for that.
Well, fingers crossed. But in the meantime, why don't you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing on gender-based violence? I think you have a campaign at the moment.
Sure. I can tell you that I'm super exhausted because, of course, every year we do a lot of campaign on gender-based violence because we really would like to use the opportunity, the 25th of November, that people around the globe understand that we still have one woman out of three who are who has been exposed to some kind of physical or sexual violence. And of course, during the pandemic, it has been even deeper. And of course, gender-based violence is a long-standing goal for PS Women. And actually, we did a lot of good initiative of the last long years. And of course, raising awareness campaigns, as we just do now. I lose my ears because techniques are not always on our side. So I just would like to show you. So this is something which is absolutely crucial. The line has been crossed. So let me show you and let me get some guidance, you know.
Wonderful.
Can we show for everyone what it is?
Why don't we put it on?
I really hope that you can see it. So the line has been crossed. And when we talk about the pandemic, of course, it is absolutely clear that now the line has been crossed. And I would say we need to be vigilant. We need to make sure that women and men are aware of this issue, because I would say that's not a women issue. This is an issue of the society. And what PES Women is also doing, of course, we organize trainings for our members and also of our partner organizations on harassment, bystander intervention, on how to engage men into the fight for violence for a free society.
So they can be a true ally, and
absolutely.
so that they can actually
play a part. They should be a true ally. And then just one sentence.
Yes, of course.
I think when we talk about a woman, it could be a partner in the family, it could be a mother, it could be a daughter, it could be a friend. And I would say, when we think about the individual cases, which shows behind who are these women who has been hidden. And of course, I just would like to mention the stories, what happened in Brussels some time ago.
Yes,
I have seen it on the Twitter. Yes.
Yes. For those who are not aware, there were two bars in Ixelles neighborhood of Brussels where there had been so many regular attacks on women that there is now a movement to ban nightlife that comes from some women who were just indignant because I understand that they were they being drugged?
Yes.
They were being taken advantage of systematically by the same abusers in two nightclubs in a neighborhood not very far from the European Parliament, actually. So it's right here on our doorstep, and of course you must know the figures in Europe as well and worldwide.
Absolutely. But I can tell you that's not a phenomenon in Brussels.
No.
We can see the UK example, spiking of drinks and even injection of drugs
and the young lady that was
by needle into women.
And there was the young lady that was killed not that long ago in the park.
Yes,
absolutely. So it's very much.
So that's why I would say that this campaign hopefully will make a very, very clear message for PS Women this year. And of course, why we choose this slogan this year? Because we really would like to focus that we women are really fed up. So we really need to act. And I really would like to ask not only women, but men in the society, just to make sure that everybody can do something to change a better life for women. And of course, what I also would like to do, that it's not only PS Women, but our sister organization, next week in Strasbourg, in the parliament, we can have demonstration, even an online event. Every PES Women sister organization got this, so they can really act actually and to be part of this campaign.
So on the 25th of November in Strasbourg,
absolutely.
You can join the demonstration.
Absolutely, and of course we have a lot of questions, but let's listen to Connie because we need to have a fair share of time as well.
Of course, and we need men to be part of the conversation. So Connie, are you still with us?
Yes, for sure. How could I step out? I could not step into the parliament. I will step out before the end of this. Yes. Well, Zita and I, we are friends for more than 15 years, and well, I'm always privileged to be on her side. And and we have been doing many things together also within Progressive Alliance. It's not the question of gender-based violence is a worldwide. It's not a phenomenon. I don't like this speech of phenomenon. It's a reality, a cruel reality. And what we have seen also in times of the pandemic, the violence against women has increased because the pressure has increased. And so therefore, well, what happened well, thousands of women are killed regularly and suffering from verbal and physical violence. And well, we cannot speak on democracy or resilient democracy if we do not integrate and say this is also part of our fight. And therefore, well, I would not say I'm a feminist, but I'm struggling for the cause on the side of the movement. And I think, well, it is clear that there is no cultural excuse, there is no social excuse, there is no excuse at all for any kind of form of violence against women. And therefore, well, it's you took the initiative as PS Women in Europe, but it's very clear that we will also relay this on the global level because we know that it is important. Going from, well, let's say from Chile over the continent to Africa, to Asia, and down to Australia and New Zealand. Well, it's a global issue, and therefore it's important. But this cannot be solved only by legislation. It needs to be solved also by engagement. And really, this question that there's a no-go area, like you have cleared it here with the yellow and black band. I think this is a good initiative, and therefore, well, we stand on your side, and it's very clear whatever we discuss on social progress, whatever we discuss on fighting against inequality of our social rights, if we are not speaking on women's rights and equality at all levels, we will not really progress in the sense of a progressive society.
Exactly, and it comes back to what you were saying earlier about movements, the importance of movements, and that democracy doesn't begin and end at the ballot. We all have to be a part of the change that we wish to see, and we are going to talk more about that in a little while. But before that, I believe you have brought a video on gender-based violence that was realized by two Portuguese filmmakers, Andrea Alvenares and Daniel Batista. It's also been selected for various festivals, including the Kinocracy Festival in Brazil. So how about we have a look at it and then we can comment some more.
Eu não te estou a bater, estou a segurar-te para me ouvires.
Quando deixo de ceder,
ele torna-se cada vez mais
tornou-se mais diabólico.
E recebia mata-leões, empurrões, estalos, chapadas, murros, arrancou-me cabelos,
faltava-me o ar,
faltava-me, eu quase que desmaiava.
Enquanto ele sabia que eu ainda estava na teia...
Enquanto ele sabia que eu ainda estava na teia é uma coisa. Eu não me vou calar. Se tiver que morrer porque me estás a bater, assim farei. Sai da minha casa. E ele bateu. Sai da minha casa. E ele bateu-me outra vez. Sai da minha casa. Bateu-me outra vez. Achei que ia levar
porrada até morrer. É muito difícil, percebo agora que não se consegue sair dali. Não há ajuda, não há apoio. Não há justiça.
Pois, como grávida
fiz queixa e demorou 1 mês e meio a ser chamada em inquérito. 1 mês e meio.
Esse mês e meio recebi muita porrada. Cheguei a ser agredida no meio da rua, às 3 da tarde, e não houve uma alma que me ajudasse. Eu estava sozinha.
Fui à polícia na segunda vez. Depois de apresentar queixa, perguntei se me levariam a casa. Pois ele tinha-me dito, se vais à polícia, mato-te.
Inacreditavelmente, a polícia disse que não podia levar a casa. E deram uma alternativa de ir para uma casa de apoio.
Mas eu não podia deixar de ser quem era. Acho que vem a segunda violência contra a minha pessoa. A da justiça injusta. Ele levou uma pena suspensa porque era primário, apesar de 2 crimes que aconteceram sequencialmente ao longo de 5 anos. A pena suspensa é uma vitória para esta gente. Nada mais que um puxão de orelhas. Como se a juíza lhe tivesse dito amigavelmente: não voltes a fazer isso. O que é que falta? Uma de nós morrer? As 3? Tenho tanta vergonha de fazer parte deste clube de 3.
Mas faz. Ele foi a primeira e última pessoa que eu vou fazer isto não vai voltar a acontecer.
Isto não vai voltar a acontecer.
very powerful stuff. And of course, we heard the word alone and asking for help a lot. I'd like to remind women watching that the sign on social media that has started trending to be able to notify someone if you're in need is this. And I'd like to comment on the video we've just seen with you, because it is very powerful, and it's a very good summary also of the gender-based violence situation. So tell us a little more.
I think when you see such a video, and special thanks for the authors.
Yes.
You are speechless. So actually, I have seen it 2-3 times, because you cannot digest in one. This horror what happened for this woman. And actually, I strongly believe that we need to show up what is going on. So this movie is absolutely moving. I think it's very, very effective. But I can tell you that a Portuguese sister party is doing also excellent videos. But this year video, I would say, is really like you feel, my goodness, I can be the next. So I think we really need to show that that we do something. But I'm very happy to tell you that we did an amazing publication, PS manifesto, yes. Absolutely. And of course, this is zero tolerance.
Why don't you show it one more time?
Zero tolerance, because and then we try to explain what should we do. So we need more legislation. And of course, it's high time that the Council proceed finally to ratify the Istanbul Convention to ensure that all women in Europe are protected absolutely equally, because it's important. And of course, the prevention and the prosecutions are also prioritized. And of course, it's also important, awaiting for such a long time, that the upcoming Commission proposal for legislation against gender-based violence, as we are really urging the European Parliament and of course the Council to make sure that the final deal is absolutely ambitious and also horizontal. And actually updating the list of EU crimes to cover gender-based violence, stepping up real effort against online violence, because this is something absolutely lively.
Yes, it's easy to forget, but
absolutely,
online there's so many ways in which women are victimized and attacked online.
Yes. And we need to ensure proper funding for shelters and also for prevention, such as through trainings. That this is what we did for our own women organizations. Of course, we need great education programs and other key measures that of course we are also advocating. So that's why I strongly believe that we need to act. But PES Women is doing an ongoing consultation with the European Women's Lobby, with the ETUC, with the trade unions, and of course we do the same with the commissioners. And of course we are very proud that this commission we have the most women ever.
Yes,
but that is our ongoing fight since 2004.
And that actually fits in nicely, the fact that the Commission was able to get more female commissioners than ever before.
Absolutely.
With the next panel, which is on women being the change.
Absolutely.
And getting more female leaders out there. We have an incredible panel. We have Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, who's a Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity in Argentina. We have Sarah Karimi, who's a director and women's rights activist from Afghanistan, a film director. We have Magda Goreka, a women's rights activist in Poland, and Evelyn Regner, who's a member of European Parliament here, who's part of the FAM committee, which deals with women.
I should go further. She's the president. Yes. She's an amazing president.
The president.
We just had a meeting because I really wanted to make sure that the European Parliament and of course the S&D group is on our side with this very, very strong message.
We have to go to the panel shortly, but before that, Connie, I'd like to bring you back in. Would you have any last comments, any last thoughts on on women being the change?
Well, I think the history of our movement had always to do with empowerment. And I think this is really the question of, it's not about having, to say we need a woman in the position. No, it's the question of empowerment. It's the question of really equal relations. And I think sometimes it is also necessary to take a mirror and to say to our parties, well, have a look, where are you in terms of gender equality? Where are you really promoting women, not saying we just need one? There are so many who really many capacities, but this is our responsibility in terms of promotion of women at all levels in leadership, right? I say this as a man, but I know that it's absolutely is a standing issue. And I know that all over the globe in our 140 parties, there is a lot of space for reform and for capacity of doing better. So I think, well, thank you very much for all this. I think there's a great afternoon still, and in particular, where we will continue to fight on the question until well, there is real gender equality and until we bring an end to gender-based violence, because there is no justification at all. And it is the dark side of the moon of our societies, wherever you are on this globe. So therefore, good continuation.
Thank you, Connie. And Zita, this is an amazing panel. I'm sure you're very excited to hear what it is they have to say. And what would you like to, what would you hope for? What would a future with women leaders look like in your view?
Absolutely, we need parity. Of course, we need gender mainstreaming all policies. And of course, we need to empower women, as my friend Connie already mentioned. But what we need more women in decision maker. And what we also need, and that's why the Global Progressive Forum is the best place to show that we are capable to act absolutely globally, because we have different perspective, we have different background, but gender-based violence is something that, of course, hits us.
Unfortunately, it is common. Yes.
And then you spoke about Poland, but of course, we should also learn from history. We should learn also from the different movement, from the Palestinian, from the Polish, or from the Argentinian movement, because these are really showing us how can we women act. And of course, what we also need, we need institutional step up at level of governments. And of course, again,
what does that look like to you? What does an institutional step up at the level of governments look like? Does this mean mandated 50-50 seats?
Absolutely. Yes. This is absolutely parity on all levels. Actually, we are the majority of the globe, and I think it's high time that women could get the proper role.
And then don't forget,
absolutely proper representation. And of course, in the world stage, we really need more women leaders at the highest political level. So this is what actually PS Women fighting for. And of course, Connie Reuters is an absolutely great ally for this for the last 15 years. Of course, women does not like when you speak about age, but that is true that we know each other for such a long time. And of course, what we need in the Council, at the world leader stage, on UN level, just to make sure that we have a proper representation of women, because gender equality is not just an add-on, it is the basis for socially just and equal society with well-being at the center. And I strongly believe that we progressive are on that. So let's make sure that on a global level, we can even have a better and more progressive role.
Thank you very much, Zita. Thank you very much, Connie. I am sure that the panel is going to reflect these views and more. Sure. So I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Jack, can you hear us? Are you ready for us?
We are ready for you. Yes.
Fantastic. I look forward. I'm great. It's been incredible. We've just heard from Zita and from Connie on how it's important to end the campaign to end gender-based violence, and on the importance of having representation, equal representation for what is a little more than half the globe. So I'm sure that you're going to have a very lively discussion.
We are. And we'll come back to you shortly, Kelly, as well. So as Kelly said, we're going to have a panel now here at the Global Progressive Forum 2021 entitled Women Are the Change. We are delighted to have 4 women who are making changes in very different places in the world, fighting on different sort of platforms, on different playing fields, but still trying all to bring about, firstly, the end to things like gender-based violence, but and also politically to try and change the situation to make women's lives better. We have Magda Gorecka, who's an activist in Poland. She will be joining us digitally. We have Elizabeth Gomez-Alcorta, who's the Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity in Argentina. We have Sarah Karimi, who's an Afghan film director and a women's activists as well. And here in the studio with me, I'm delighted to say we have Evelyn Regner, who's an Austrian member of the European Parliament and chair of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality.
Good afternoon. Hi.
So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know whether we can see our panelists joining us right now. But first, we're going to just have a little look at a video that's been prepared by the team at the Global Progressive Forum on this issue.
A professional who prefers to speak to the man of the house.
Like the percentage that women get paid less.
Personally, I haven't felt necessarily discriminated against.
Being asked if I was going to have children before signing my contract.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always good to have more women in politics.
Definitely.
We should have more women in politics.
As long as they bring something new.
Women are taking over the world.
We need positive discrimination.
At the current time, we need some kind of circuit breakers.
I don't know. No.
I don't only support it, but I think it's essential in our society.
Education for girls worldwide is very important.
It all starts with the education of boys.
I think it definitely starts at home, but then a lot of things need to be implemented in schools as well.
At school and even media.
Family and school, I think it's key to change the society.
So that's the big questions asked there to a group of people across the European Union, women discussing where the responsibility lies. Obviously, men have a responsibility to be educated against gender-based violence. Obviously, we need to be opening up more positions in politics for women. Now, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to bring in, we'll start with, I hope, Magda Gorecka, who should be joining us digitally. She is an activist in Poland. Working on women's rights, has been a big campaigner against the restrictions on abortions in Poland. Is Magda with us? Are you with us, Magda?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
Do you hear me?
Thank you so much for joining you. Yeah, I don't have you in vision, but I can hear you. There you are. Thank you for joining us. I wonder if you can just tell us what the situation is in Poland right now. What have you been campaigning for, and what are the issues facing women who need an abortion?
I feel honored by the invitation on the forum, and I would like to thank you in advance. Please keep in mind that my English is not fluent. For over a year since the statement by Mrs. Przyłębska in a quasi-constitutional tribunal, Polish women have been afraid of getting pregnant. They are afraid for one simple reason. What if the fetus has little defects? What if the pregnancy is dangerous for me? Of course, the current shape of the abortion law allows for termination of pregnancy in the event of threat to a woman's life or health. But in the practice is completely different. An example is the tragic death of Izabela from Pszczyna. Doctors didn't perform an abortion for fear of criminal proceedings. Isabella died of sepsis. There are many such cases because the new law does not only affect those women who consciously want to terminate their pregnancies. These are often dramas of people who have been trying to get pregnant for many years. Polish women were forced to sacrifice in the name of the fanatical obsession of the conservative government. We were forced to birth children who were not able to live independently. I mean little defects. However, it's not about the prognosis for treatment, but about the chances of survival. Little defects are not a matter of beauty. They are very serious disorders leading to death of the fetus, or the death of the newborn right after birth or shortly after. All this amid physical and mental suffering, sometimes at the cost of the pregnant woman's life. The government pretends not to understand this and names their women as child murderers. Then, in response, Polish women are offered perinatal palliative care when they can only pray in the shadow of the cross. The role of the Catholic Church in our Polish reality is huge. It is the pressure of the Polish Catholic Church that determines the shape of the Polish government's policy. Of course, here we should mention the lobby of the Ordo Iuris Foundation, which under the guise of research or legal culture and spiritual outreach, in fact dictates legal solution in accordance with Catholic doctrine, including restriction of the right to abortion and against the extension of the rights of LGBT people. The current Pope doesn't not officially identify with this version of Catholic doctrine. The government, which politicized key state organs and took over the public media, tightened the narrative towards women. It conducts propaganda that increases the polarization of society, uses Goebbels methods, demonize language, criminalize contraceptives, and stigmatizes conscious women. The word eugenic is used, which is associated with the policy of the Third Reich. The government refers to the traditional Polish family, which deepens the social split. Changes in the education system are also planned, so that even young children are taught patriarchal dogmas and feminine virtues, where a wife should obey her husband. The government, under the Ordo Iuris dictatorship, wants legally sanction the strange fixation of the sexuality of Polish citizens, prohibition of abortion, prohibiting the in vitro method, divorce, sexual education, and allowing domestic violence. There is a clear asymmetry of media information because part of the society doesn't have access to independent media, and opinions are formed by words from the church pulpit. As a result,
let me just stop you there. You're raising really important issues, so I'm reluctant to sort of to block you off. But we're gonna come back to some of those issues as well. I'm gonna ask you about how the situation needs to change and what you're doing. I will return to you so that we can talk about this, because it is a really important issue in the EU at the moment, and obviously Poland is having a real sort of conflict with EU values right now. We'll come back to that, but I just want to bring in Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, who's the Minister for Equality and Women and Gender and Diversity in Argentina. Welcome to the panel. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Global Progressive Forum. We're talking quite internationally about some of these issues. We've just heard there the very difficult situation for women who want abortions in Poland. I know that you, though, have some quite positive work that you have been doing during the pandemic to protect women against violence and to try and keep women in their jobs. I wonder if you can explain to our audience exactly what you've been doing.
Buenos días, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. I hope you can hear me. I didn't hear all of the question, I'm afraid, but nevertheless, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be able to participate in this forum, which brings together social organisations, trade unions and elected representatives from progressive parties so that we can discuss and hear from each other on the major issues of the world, and so that we can build towards more egalitarian societies as well. It's very important that we're talking about the contributions of women here, and I'm a feminist, I'm a minister, I am an elected representative as well, and so I welcome that our voice has been invited to join you in the forum. As I was saying earlier, the pandemic is a global one, but it's had different impacts in different areas of the world, so it's very important to have specific responses when you're looking at different vulnerable groups. I mean, there's a clear diagnosis here the COVID pandemic produced the worst social and economic crisis of the last 100 years, and also highlighted these massive structural gaps and problems that are reproduced by our capitalist model. I mean, there are economic problems which are clear, such as inequality, etc. And this global reality has specific manifestations in some of the poorest areas of the world. As you know, Latin America is the most unequal region of the world. There's been a massive economic contraction, and that has meant an increase in unemployment, an increase in precarious working conditions, which for women has meant 10 years of progress in participation in the labour market has been lost. According to CEPAL, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, there has been a large increase in GDP, an increase in unemployment, and that has had a massive impact on household incomes. And it's women who are overrepresented in poor households. It's estimated that there are 118 million Latin American women who are living in situations of poverty. In Argentina, poverty increased the gender pay gap gender gaps full stop in the labour market. The rate of unemployment went up, of course, but this has been a worse problem for younger women. So the pandemic has boosted problems related to getting jobs and has also meant that there are fewer opportunities in general for women. The scenario becomes even more complicated when you see that the sectors that are driving the recovery now are construction and the manufacturing industry. And these are sectors where workers are mainly men. So women are overrepresented in sectors that were more affected by COVID. Retail, travel, tourism, domestic services. So the previous structural situation and the pandemic have meant that, and the pandemic has meant that the situation has got even worse for women. There are public policies that aim to do away with the structural inequality and aim to reorganize the lives of our people. They're aiming to produce fairer societies with less discrimination. And I think in this sense it's important to understand that popular feminism has a major contribution to make when it comes to changing our societies and all the work we're doing at the global level. Feminist movements, particularly in Latin America, have built powerful political and analytical tools, and they've also established themselves as key collective political players in terms of identity, but also in terms of dismantling the inequalities between genders. We know this inequality is structural and is historic and is inherent as well in the patriarchal, capitalist and colonialist systems. And the COVID crisis appeared at a time when we were already going through an economic, political, social and environmental crisis at the global level. So it's very important to be aware that it's not enough simply to emerge from the COVID crisis, because there was a crisis prior to that. And given that, the response has to be provided on various fronts. And we have to try and dismantle these inequalities by ensuring we have an overarching strategy that can deal with the patriarchy and the gender-based divisions in work. Progressive policies and efforts in the world need to be feminine in their nature. In Argentina, we are taking steps there. The government is aware of inequalities between genders and the fact that it came before the COVID pandemic, and is also explained, the moderator breaks in.
It's very, very interesting what you're saying, and you're starting to outline, broad stroke political visions, which are really important, actually. And that's actually something that we can talk about a little bit later on. I also am going to ask you shortly about what you've done as a government in Argentina. But first, I'd like to bring in Evelyn Regner, who is here in the studio with me. Thank you so much for being with us. We've heard there some. I mean, it's not lovely to hear. Really terrible situation for women regarding their health in Poland. A pretty, complex situation. What Elizabeth was really talking about there was economically as well. I think she was, when we're looking at the pandemic. What is the situation? I mean, you represent women here on the committee in the European Parliament. Where are we on gender equality in Europe? What are you doing to improve the situation?
Yeah, good afternoon. Great to see you here and to have the occasion for an exchange. A lot is happening. Yeah, a lot good things are happening, a lot bad things are happening. So somehow we are confronted with a situation for women where we see we can push it to have a feminist, really a socialist progress to be visible. And on the other side, do you see all the backlash? So Magda was referring to that. We have to abolish the men's quota. That's it, what it is about. When we talk about women in leadership, in political leadership, in economic leadership, we presented with the Women on Boards directive already quite a while ago, proposals, what has to be done. Binding measures. If you don't have binding measures, if you don't have criteria, monitoring and sanctions, we won't go on. Neither in politics nor at the companies. And how it looks like when you do that successfully, you see in some member countries. Look, for example, when you look at the companies, to France, they introduced a quota and the board remuneration wouldn't be paid if not the board is really equally representative, which means, of course, all those guys find very quickly very competent women. So things can go on easily, and there is numerous other examples. We push the especially the council, because there are still some member states who are not on board, to do something about women in economic leadership, because we have to go top down in order to empower all those women at all other stages. So it has to be something that is top down and really abolishing the men's quota. But of course, that's only one piece of the whole mosaic. Another one, and this was really the outcome, and right now Elizabeth was really very much referring to that, one of the outcomes of the Corona crisis. I mean, we knew that already before, but even more strikingly, I mean, it's all those fantastic women who are carrying the society. Yeah, and is it rewarded? What about the wages, the salaries, the appreciation? Of course, it is not. So we really have a deep care crisis. This Corona crisis is really the crisis with the face of a woman. And this care crisis means look at those jobs that are done primarily by women. So Elizabeth was referring to that, supermarket cashiers, the whole care sector. I mean, this what really is important for society. And then you see this block is a huge percentage. I mean, it's mainly women doing the job. And then when you compare that with the classical men's jobs, so then you see there's a huge pay gap. And this is something to be tackled, and simply to say the good things in these cases when we have fantastic women leaders. For example, in Finland, Sanna Marin, when you just look to Nordic countries, Mette Frederiksen, in Denmark, Jacinda Ardern, and I see it right now, great to see you, Elizabeth, things are going to the better, because then we are not only gender then it means when you're gender neutral, not to be gender blind anymore. And at European level, we are pushing for legislation on violence against women to be tackled, cyber violence and all forms of violence, feminicides, to get the data. So we're pushing very much the Commission to go for that. And of course, always to keep an eye that women have to be visible and be represented on boards as well as in politics. And I was not referring yet to Magda, but one thing is also clear. I mean, when women in Poland are attacked because of this these terrible abortion laws, they are attacking the same way all women in Europe, in the European women, and I would like to say all women in the world. And therefore, it's not only about solidarity, it's simply about defending fundamental human rights, which are women's rights, and therefore we push all we can do concerning the rule of law procedure against Poland, because it's about all of us jointly together.
Let's ask Magda about that. Do you feel, Magda, that there has been solidarity? I know as well that you said about your English. If you'd like to, there is interpretation from Polish into the other languages as well. So you're more than welcome to speak in Polish if you would choose to. So Magda, do you feel that solidarity from women's movements outside of Poland? And what are you doing on the ground in Poland to try and change the situation? How can this be changed?
First of all, I'm very happy that I can speak Polish. At least it will be easier for me. So first of all, let me express my gratitude because we have been receiving a lot of support from abroad. Our grassroots movements remain in contact with organizations from abroad, and the Polish organizations have been sending women in need of care for reasons that I mentioned beforehand. So let me say that again, because there are lethal problems with the fetus and there is urgent need of abortion. So I'm very thankful for that in the name of all women, I think. The European Union has been supporting us in such a way that, first of all, the Parliament considered the right to abortion to be a human right, which is inalienable. So every person in the world born has the right. In Poland, we are deprived of the right, as I said beforehand. My expectation, our expectation towards the EU is such that more radical steps are taken towards the government, not towards the country and its citizens, because the existing restrictions from the side of the European Union have been affecting the citizens, and the government is not being punished by the restrictions imposed by the EU. So I don't know if there is a way. I'm not a politician, neither would I know how to handle this. Nonetheless, I would call for more radical measures, but aimed at the government, so that human rights are not being violated, because, as you said, these are not only rights of women on abortions, but it's also about the LGBT plus community, the rights of foreigners. We know what has been happening on the Belarusian border recently. We're talking about the dismantling of the judiciary, about depriving people of their rights. We are joking that day by day the reality has been changing. So we call for urgent action, because on December 1st, a reading is going to happen of a civic bill under the leadership of Ordo Lourdis. It's a movement where abortion is to be penalized with sentences of 5 to 25 years old of prison, and rape normally has a penalty of 12 years in Poland. It's absurdity, it's Middle Ages. Yesterday, a bill was posed to ban divorce, to make it more difficult and more expensive. So my appeal to you is to undertake quick, radical steps so that Polish citizens can feel more comfortable in their everyday life. Thank you.
It's really interesting what you mentioned about the sort of this abortion issue being representative of so many other issues as well. I know that the poster campaign around Poland is sort of blood on these sort of big posters, and it says, "I love my mother and father." The idea that the baby has been killed, but also that has an undertone of sort of anti-LGBTI things, that children should only come from the sort of nuclear traditional male and female family. So it's very interesting. So Elizabeth, I want to bring you back in here. Tell me, what have you mentioned the discrepancies between the burdens for men and women in the pandemic. What has your government been doing in Argentina to protect women in their jobs and in their, to protect them more broadly as well through the pandemic?
A Magdalena que sabemos que.
Well, we know that reactionary ways of thinking intervene at the global level, and so we need to be working at the global level as well. So we'd like to send her Magdalena all solidarity from Argentina. We'd like to do anything we can to help. But as Evelyn was saying, there's no doubt that the care crisis is at the heart of violence and inequality. So that's why in Argentina we try to put care at the heart of state policies. In December 2019, when Alberto Fernandez came to power, for the first time in the history of Argentina, there was a Ministry for Women, Gender and Diversity created, which shows the political view of the government. I think I have the honour of being the first minister to hold this post. So we believe that gender policies are crucial, and I'm saying that because it's important to get across the idea that gender policies are policies for the majority, because all too often it's seen that it's minorities who are vulnerable, but we don't see it that way. We are working to ensure that care is seen as a basic right, so that people have the right to give care and be taken care of. And the idea is to ensure that the state, businesses and communities are involved here, so that, as Evelyn says, carers are properly remunerated, for example. 3 months after the ministry was created, we had an interministerial round table on care policies, which brought together 17 bodies at the national level to plan policies which would recognise care as a job to be appropriately remunerated, but also as a right. We also have an interactive map, which means that we can be aware how care tasks are distributed socially across our country, and the goal is to identify clear needs. And as I was saying, you can see care for the elderly, people with disabilities, care for young children, which public services are available, which private services are available, and above all to identify where there are no services available at all, because where there are no services it's left up to families, i.e. women. We're also working on a draft law to create a gender a care system which takes the gender perspective into account. We've got a committee of experts, and by order of the President of the Republic, we're going to hold a parliamentary debate on it next year. This year we also set up a program to recognise the years that people have been working as carers, because if you're going to retire in Argentina and get a pension, you need a certain number of years of work, and it's being recognised here that women who are over 60 have had children, the idea is to ensure that they get a year per child, a year's worth of contributions, and that meant that 155,000 women in Argentina were able to retire, and they wouldn't have been able to retire otherwise, because of the fact that they weren't part of the labour market, or women obviously enter the labour market and leave it depending on when they have children, etc. So all of this is structural in nature historically. In September, we launched a programme called the Registration Programme. It's a programme launched by my ministry and the Ministry of Labour, and the idea is to extend and register workers working in individual people's homes. In Argentina, 1 in 5 women works in household work or in care in people's home. In addition, 70% of them are informal workers, grey market workers. So now we're setting up a project by which the government will pay 50% of the salary of women who are formally registered, and there's an awareness raising campaign going on in train stations, for example, in other areas, so the programme is well known about. And in 1 month there were 20,000 new registrations. So that means that people become formal workers, they have rights, and this is in a sector which is 98% made up of women. So we're working hard, we're trying to make the gender perspective cross-cutting as well across all our policies, because we're ensuring that the government doesn't think this is up to one ministry, that we need housing policies which have a gender perspective, production policies, etc., etc. We believe that it's important to get the state to work on care to ensure that these essential changes can be made, and this will really have an effect on inequality as well. I mean, there are many, many measures that we've taken, but just to say that we believe that the unfair distribution of care tasks has an impact in all areas of women's lives. It generates inequalities, and the inequality leads to gender-based violence, for example. So that's why we've established a national action plan against violence against women. This is a programme which doesn't only come from our ministry, it's a government programme. It's a 2-year action plan. There are 240 commitments that have been made by all government ministries. Because apart from anything else, violence against women has increased during the pandemic because people ended up confined in their houses, they ended up in lockdown, they ended up having to recover from the virus, and so it meant that people were confined with their attackers in many cases. So in June last year, the moderator once again interrupts.
Again, I want to come back to some of the issues, but I want to bring Evelyn in on some of the things that you were saying there, because I think it's very interesting for us to discuss this as well from a European perspective. What the minister there was outlining was the need for structural change. I wonder if you can weigh that up versus sort of societal change in our attitudes. What's more important, changing the structures of our governance and our systems, or changing the attitudes of our people?
I mean, of course, both. I mean, going for gender equality is changing the society really deeply, that both men and women, everybody is getting part of that. And therefore you have to work on the structures and on the culture, on stereotypes. We have to work on binding measures, because without quota and binding measures, we don't go on. And it's really completely interesting right now to listen to what Elisabeth had said. I would like to congratulate that to have really a ministry, to be Minister of Gender and Diversity, because this has to be done always by the leaders, but then of course introduced in a gender mainstreamed way. So every ministry, all parts of society, the whole society has to work on that. And what do I mean with that? So it's great to see what Argentina, what you're doing right now over there. That means, for example, gender budgeting. I refer what in several member countries is done and what we also introduce as much as we can at the European Union level when we debated on the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, to introduce gender equality, that money has to be spent in a way that it's good for men, for women, that it's done and dedicated from all perspectives. And as a Viennese, I can say, because Elisabeth was referring right now to housing, that of course, when you finance housing, then you just have to look, are there single mothers? Is there maybe something you have to take into consideration when somebody not earning so much money needs a flat? What does that mean when you go for boosting, for wanting girls also to be interested in mathematics, natural sciences? What you have to do in this regard. So that means there is the need of a mainstreamed way in all areas of life, and this doesn't happen alone, and therefore it's so important to have, as Elisabeth was referring right now, a national action plan. We have in Finland, for example, a national action plan to fight violence against women. That means
it's been very successful
it has been very successful. Yeah. And when you just show commitment and go for that and look for the facts and figures, draw conclusions, say, okay, is there not one of the conclusions that also policemen have to get a training in order to look more carefully when violence pops up? Or, for example, Austria, where we just saw right now in a study, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and I just mentioned one fact, simply even doesn't show in its overview, in its statistics, how many femicides are taking place. To just look how many murders. So they don't go in depth. And in order to change the attitude of a society, of course, you go for a full gender mainstreaming. Simply to give one example from Finland, because I always like to give examples in order to look at it. When you just have a parental leave for both men and women, obligatory, yeah, then you see if it's for both a little bit longer, also men change their daily habits. So somehow at the moment, I mean, maybe I exaggerate right now, but at the moment when the woman normally carrying the mental workload and responsibility for a family says to her husband, please take the garbage and put it down, or please help me in the kitchen. Yes, all those nice husbands and men and partners, they are doing, but they are not taking this mental responsibility. And changing a society means that then the husband automatically takes the garbage, brings it down, and even doesn't talk about that. And
it's
in order
his job.
to,
he's not told to do it.
Yes, and it's about changing society. And therefore, of course, there will be not a garbage regulation that husbands have to carry it down, but it is something we have to go into the whole society in all areas.
This comes from education, from parenting, from just change.
Yes, and you can do that with gender mainstreaming measures in all areas of life, and that's what we're doing here in the European Parliament, pushing for gender mainstreaming in all policies, so in economic policies, in agriculture, and not only, I say it's so important, but not only when we talk about gender equality as such.
I did some reporting actually on the Istanbul Convention in Helsinki as part of my sort of journalistic work. And very interestingly, one of the things they said is it just need, on the forms of violence against women, the police forms, they just put in two separate boxes. One is it domestic violence, one is it violence against a woman. And it's completely changed their whole understanding of what's happening in these circumstances. I want to bring you back in, Magda, just quickly. We are slightly running out of time. What would change the situation in Poland? More women in power, maybe, in the government? I know obviously that's probably maybe seems like a long way off, but what can change the situation to improve it for women in Poland right now?
Mam nadzieję, że będzie to niedługo.
I hope that this improvement will come sooner than later. So I hope. As it was said, more women in the government. Although we have parity in Poland, the most progressive party in Poland, the left, has a majority of men at its helm. And obviously, the men, at least the men of today, they will never defend the interest of women. we should also educate children so that from early age there is equal treatment of the sexes, so that the toys offered to children are vacuum cleaner and iron, and the boys are offered cars and such, because in such way they are groomed into their social role. So in Poland this would require a thorough revolution in people's mentality, because I think we have a certain heritage of the communist time where there was a quiet consent that men were better than women and that there was violence in the family. So I think the most important thing is education.
Interesting. So I just want to bring you in, Elizabeth, a little bit. As I say, we are running out of time, but you mentioned this new ministry that you are the first minister of, that is to tackle this issue. How much resistance is there in Argentina to the things that you're trying to do? Because, you know, it's a new philosophy and it's a real sort of ground shift in the way things operate, what you suggested just now.
Sí, bueno. Primero hay que decir que...
Yes. Well, the first thing to say is that Latin America has had a very powerful feminist movement for a long time, which is actively involved in all sorts of changes. Now, on the 30th of December, we'll be celebrating the anniversary of us being able to have legal abortion, the first anniversary, so it's only been a year. We have very wide-ranging diversity laws, though. This year in Argentina, a law was promulgated to make it possible for trans and transgender people to access the public administration, and these were laws that were voted in favour of right across the political spectrum. So there are some steps that are being made now, but that doesn't mean that there isn't resistance from fundamentalist and conservative sectors of society, religious sectors of society as well. These are communities and sectors of society that believe that gender is an ideology. In the 1990s, let's not forget that the Vatican was seeing things along those lines. And let's also not forget that they're quite well organized. This year is the 15th anniversary of an important law, integrated sexual education, which obliged all laws to provide content and information to boys, girls and teenagers on concepts related to physical autonomy, breaking away from the binary roles that are set out by the patriarchy, etc. Now, it's been 15 years that we've had that law in Argentina, and that really was a milestone which took us to the abortion law less than a year ago. But there's still a great deal of resistance to that law. There are more and less conservative regions in the country, for example, but we know that Latin America moves forward as a bloc often. Uruguay has a law on abortion, Chile, Colombia, they're talking about it there. Mexico, their various states have legalized abortion, and this is something that's very important for us because we need to see this as a regional thing. Progress is often regional, but resistance and the undoing of progress is something that's always possible, and that's something we have to be aware of.
What you say there about Latin America being a bloc, when we look at the European Union, we've really now not got much time, Evelyn, but isn't it interesting that she said they move together as one? That's what us in Europe want to be doing, right?
Exactly. That's it, and that's the conclusion we have to have. So to MAGDA, no European Union money to Poland when they're really hitting everything concerning the right to abortion and the right to health of women and concerning everything else. So it's about women being in solidarity together and taking men, feminist men, on board as well in order to push gender equality.
Thank you so much, Evelyn Regner, for being here with me in the European Parliament, a member of the Parliament yourself. Thank you so much to Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, the Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity in Argentina, and a huge thank you to Magda Goretzka, who is an abortion activist in Poland. Sorry as well that we didn't have Sarah Karimi, who is an Afghan film director, because obviously the situation for the women in Afghanistan has changed drastically since the Taliban have retaken control. We didn't manage to get her, unfortunately, due to some technical issues, but we've had a very thorough and a very interesting conversation here. And just to say what a privilege it was for me to be able to host this panel here at the Global Progressive Forum. So sending you back to the main studio.
Thank you, Jack. It was indeed a very interesting conversation and very wide-ranging. We heard about the importance of education in defining, or rather enabling these traditional gender roles to still exist, and how important it is to actually change the educational aspect of it too. Of course, we covered female reproductive rights, and we looked at the situation in Poland, and also on better news, like what imposing quotas in France was able to do for getting more women on boards, and the economic dimension of actually involving 50% of the globe more into the economy and empowering them. I would like to say hello to Ona, who is our social media representative for today. She will be checking our comments. So if you had any comments on the panel that you just heard, Women Are the Change, or any of the following panels, please do comment on social media, share your thoughts. We are going through them, and we may share some live on air later. But in the meantime, we also have a poll, don't we?
Yes, we have a poll on our website, globalprogressive.eu. And we have some results. The question that has been answered, the clicked most,
for the question being, what is your progressive dream?
Exactly.
For the next 10 years.
So the dream that people have most is number one, reducing poverty and inequalities.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like it's a priority for people to close the difference between poverty and rich people.
Mm-hmm.
The second most dream is the green transition.
The green transition.
A very interesting topic.
And we will have a session on it later today, so stay tuned. I think it is at 5, the new Green Deal.
Exactly. And the third most wanted topic is stopping wars. So it seems like people are seeking peace.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ona. So you can also still vote on the poll. It will be open until the end of the Global Progressive Forum this evening. In the meantime, we have another session on new politics about engaging the next generation that will start very shortly. And since I have a young person with me, I'd like to ask you about your views, Ona.
My views is that politics has already entered a new era where people and politicians can use and have to use social media in order to communicate with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no border anymore. Everybody can talk and have an opinion.
Yes.
And that's why we want to show you some very interesting examples
of politicians engaging, you mean, with the younger generation?
Yes, exactly. That's pictures or videos that have had a big impact on people and their private lives as well, and how you can make everything political. Every aspect, when you go somewhere to some event,
mm-hmm.
you can see politics.
Let's have a look at the first one.
In Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow. Aftailasi, Tuvalu Modertua.
So that was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu.
Exactly. So this was a premiere a few weeks ago while the UN climate conference, where politicians have to decide on measures on how to stop the climate change. And this prime minister is from one of the smallest countries there in the world, on a very small island, and where the sea level has risen above very high. So he had a press conference inside the waters as a sign of political progress that we must do.
A very vivid image, of course, because it is literally showing us the future if we continue doing nothing about the climate crisis. And I believe you have a photo from a politician from a very different, very big country.
Yes, this is one of my favorites as well. I love all the examples. This is Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez from the US. This picture is very famous. It was her before the Met Gala. So you can see her and her designer who has designed the dress. The dress says tax the rich. So it was a very big symbol for her politics, that she really wants to tax very rich people and give more money to the poor people.
So very much aligning with the Global Progressive Forum ideals that have been spoken about in the last few days. And there was a session on the first day about the importance of addressing the tax inequality that exists throughout the world, because it is ridiculous that you have multinationals and billionaires who don't pay their fair share of taxes, while people like you and I will do so more than that.
Exactly.
So it's and she's also we should point out, the youngest congresswoman elected in the United States, and therefore she is also an example of how to engage with the next generation.
Yes, that's a very good example, because that was a picture she has posted on Instagram. So she just posted on her private profile, and that has a huge impact. And it was reposted, and it went viral.
Yes.
And that's politics that goes viral, and that's important.
And again, I think you found another example from the other side of the world once more.
Exactly, another one of my favorite female politicians. It's Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and she has a clip, and let's just watch it.
Okay.
You'll see that greater certainty for business. You're meant to be in bed, darling. It's bedtime, darling. Pop back to bed. I'll come and see you in a second. I'll come and see you in a minute, okay? Sorry, everybody. Yeah, Nanny will take you down to bed. Thanks, Nana. Well, that was a bedtime fail, wasn't it?
So this was a video of Jacinda Ardern. So you can see
live, right?
Yes, it was her live on a live discussion on a very important matter, and that was her daughter interrupting her with some private matter, and that's very beautiful. You can see she's also a mother. So that's when you see that private things that happen at home also align with what we do in the public life. That we are a person in an interview and also a mother in the same time, and that's an important message that she has sent.
That she doesn't have to choose between being a world leader or a mother. She can do both, and she
shouldn't have to separate both.
She should not have to. And I think I remember a few years ago when she had recently given birth, I think she took her child with her to the United Nations when she went to address the United Nations, and it's also wonderful the way she. In my view, at least, and linking it to the Women Are the Change panel that we just heard, she subverts the mainstream by showing her partner actually doing a lot of the childcare himself when they go on these meetings around the world. So it's something that we said, if we can dream it, we can do it, is the motto of the Global Progressive Forum. But there's also I need to see it to believe it. So seeing a woman like Jacinda Ardern being an example to women everywhere is also something that will help us bridge that gap that has been unfortunately made all the wider because of COVID.
Exactly, and to all the viewers we have, I strongly encourage you to follow and to look at how Jacinda Ardern makes her politics, brings it down to people through her social media. So she's very famous. She has done more live interviews where she just opens her phone, talks to the camera, and explains to people how she wants to change what she wants to change. And that's a very good and interesting and new way to do politics.
In fact, just last week I spotted Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doing the exact same thing on Instagram.
With the new bill that they have passed,
she was explaining her position, and she was taking questions on the live from the commenters. In fact, the other great thing about these women is that they're great communicators. So it's also not just, I think, new politics, and we'll hear more about it in the panel in a little while, but I think it's about not purposely obscuring the language that we use in the technocratic jargon, but explaining what happens in houses like this one, like the European Parliament, and parliaments across the world, and in simple terms that people can understand, so that they can get involved in politics, so that they can mobilize, so that they can put their own opinion forward.
Exactly.
Before we go on, can I just check, is Jennifer ready for us? She's ready? Hello, Jennifer. Can you hear me?
Can indeed, yes. Greetings to you from the other side of the European Parliament.
Yes, hello. I mean, I can probably see you just on the edge of my sofa. This is a virtual event that we're bringing you live from different sections of the Parliament, as well as the whole world. It's lovely to see you. And before we go on, we actually have a video. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Jennifer. We're going to come back to you shortly.
Yes, a lot. It's boring, but I think that's something we need to keep an eye on.
I find it quite interesting, actually.
Oh, not at all.
I found politics very interesting, but politicians sometimes very frustrating.
I think we are politics. I think we get to decide the future.
Depends on the subject, it depends on the politician.
I definitely do find politics boring. I feel like there's a lot of information overload.
Yeah, definitely the environment.
And also gender equality.
Animal rights is important.
LGBTQ definitely.
Climate change and the environmental problems.
I care a lot about women's rights.
Like healthcare for everyone, globally.
I feel that climate change is going to destroy us if we don't change now. I don't idolize many people, you know.
Nelson Mandela.
I am a bit skeptical about the public figures in general.
Definitely Marsha P. Johnson.
It's AOC.
I love it. Mostly newspapers.
I follow multiple news outlets on Instagram.
Personally, mostly Instagram.
Reading online newspapers and watching television.
The websites of the classic newspapers.
I have multiple news apps on my phone.
Internet, I believe.
Instagram, Twitter.
From the internet.
Via social media. I think after COVID I started looking less at the news.
Hello again, Jennifer. I think that video was a great introduction to what's probably going to be a very interesting panel. Tell us a little bit about your guests.
Well, we've got really inspiring guests here today who've been really at the kind of cutting edge forefront of the new politics that we're looking at. I thought that was a great video as well. I was a bit worried after the first two speakers that everyone was going to say that they found politics boring, so I was glad that so many of them actually told us about what that matters to them, so that we can talk about that in our discussion here today. Because if you're not engaging, then no one's listening. And I think that the onus is on us today in this conference to talk to people in a way that will actually cut through the blah, 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 as someone very famous recently said.
Greta, yes.
As one of the guys in that video said, there is an information overload. So you want to be able to filter out the unnecessary noise and focus on what matters.
Well, we certainly will be listening to this panel. Take it away, Jennifer, and we'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Indeed, as we've said, this panel is going to be about the new politics, about getting younger voices heard, dealing with these intergenerational shifts and rifts and so on that we see happening. We're going to talk about what's engaging, how people communicate, what matters, and how do we actually deal with what matters in a way that is constructive and progressive and moving forward. So the title, of course, of this overall forum is If We Can Dream It, We Can Do It. We're going to talk about the dreams, but focus on the doing, I think, in this discussion. we've got joining us, I think we've got some remote speakers as well as here in the room with me. I've got Conor Rousseau, who's the leader of the Volt Social Democratic Party here in Belgium. Online, we have joining us Ellie Schlein, who is the Vice President of the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, who knows quite a lot about talking about abuse online and being challenged and being trolled. We know about that. We also have Nathan Law Kunjung, who's a Hong Kong activist and politician, to give us the perspective beyond our EU borders. Thank you very much, Nathan. And then Anna Kazowski, who is a young German MP and has taken the seat that was held for years by Angela Merkel. So a meeting of the new and the old there as well. I'm going to start, Ellie, let me start with you. Tell us a bit about what new politics means to you. What do you understand by that term?
Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you in the context of the Global Progressive Forum. What does it mean to me? Many things, starting from the methods. It's very important to rebuild trust among the new generation, that we realize that these are not times anymore in which we that are active already in politics, we can go to people and say, hi, we are here to represent you. Now it's time in which we have to engage them and ask them to auto-represent themselves in a common challenge, because I think that the new generation are mobilizing with a consciousness, an awareness of intersectionality. What does it mean? It means that I saw the same faces mobilizing here in the squares and streets of our country in Italy, but also in other countries in Europe, on climate change, against racism, for gender equality, on good quality jobs. It's intersectionality. It means they are conscious that we have to join our fights in a common and shared vision of what future we want to live in. And I think this is happening among the new generation. So we have to open our doors. I was this morning with 5,000 students online, obviously, from all different parts of Italy. And we polled them directly to ask them, are you interested in politics? You will not be surprised by the fact that, unfortunately, 50%, 51% said no. So in order to regain trust, we have to build a new method to engage them and to, let's say, try to involve them in the fights that they're doing already across civil society in other forms, not directly in political parties. So I think this is the number one thing. And then, of course, you were talking about the disappointment on the decisions. You know, in Italy, there was a law against hatred and against discrimination for LGBTIQ plus community, and it was, let's say, in the Senate, there was a secret vote that shut it down. And of course, the new generation were fighting for this. And I mean, how can we be credible where politicians do not even take their own responsibility for shutting down such an important subject? And also on COP26, you have seen the right words in the conclusion documents, but let's say, before the right words, there are 18 different adverbs that are slowing down what we really need to get out of subsidies for fossil fuels. So I can understand the disappointment, and we have to try to rebuild trust with a new method.
Anna, I see you there. You're kind of expressing frustration alongside what Ellie's saying. So let me come to you to react straight away. Anna,
Und es ist
do you hear
direkt
us?
eingefroren. Es ist einfach.
Können wir das jetzt einfach nochmal übernehmen?
I think we'll let Anna get her text things in order, and instead I will turn Conor to you. What does new politics mean to you? Is it a phrase you hear? Is it something you can specifically identify with?
No, but thanks for having me here. And I think I need to join Ellie, because new times demand for new faces, I guess, and new methods. And she told us about new methods, but I think it's also important we have new faces. So when I came in office as a president of the Social Democrat Party here in Belgium, Flanders, for me, it was very important to present new faces to the people, to the voters. So we had new group leaders in parliament, we had new ministers, we had new faces, so we could start a new story. And I think the story is about three important things. It's about honesty, we're not perfect. We're politicians. We're not perfect. So when you make a mistake, just be honest. I think that younger people and now digital people are more vocal. And so they're really watching every word you say. So please be honest. We're honest. 2, straight talk. I don't like when leftish people talk and need to show and prove the world how smart they are and how intellectual correctly they are, and they talk like a professor would talk. But I like to talk the way the people talk and young people talk. So even on social media, we have a very, very, very strong extreme right party in Belgium, and they're the biggest on social media, and we were like the last one. But when we started talking the way people talk, not populist, but popular talk, we're now in person. I'm the biggest one on social media, and the party is really, really, really growing. So it's important to be there where the young people are. If it's about young people in politics, you should represent them, and you can only represent them when they know you and when you reach them. And you have to reach them on those new platforms, not only on classic media. We saw in the video, how do you follow the news? They didn't say, I watch the news every day. They say social media, internet. So we need to be there as left parties as well. And the last thing I think very important is when you are in government, it's what Ali talked about. There was a law and it didn't went the way it should be. It should go. We're in government as well here in Belgium, and it's about getting things done. It's important not to be too ambitious, but the things you promise you will do, you should do. And if you can check off, you can check, we said we were going to do this, we did it. I think people can start, they can refine their belief in politics. And I think it's very important that a new generation of social democrats, a new generation of progressive leaders, they can show that you can trust us, because otherwise there will be a great gap between people and politics. And that gap is only in favor of the extreme opinions and the extreme right or the extreme leftist parties. And I'm really afraid for that, because there's no country in the world where the extremes are in government and the liberty and the welfare of people make progression.
Well, let me then, Nathan, bring you in to give us this perspective that you bring.
Well, yeah, thank you for the invitation. I think it is very important for us to get together and to think how we can engage more people, how we can present politics not as a game that rich and powerful people who are intertwined with interest could play, but ordinary people and people who wanted to change, wanted to jump in. So for me, new politics means that we are actually taking care. We're working on the elephants in the room seriously. We're not in an era of optimism. Obviously, we've been seeing not more problems, not more crisis in recent years rather than the boomers' age. We've got climate change. It is starting to roll momentum to try to fix it, try to solve it, try to secure our future in a way that we're so worried now, but we want our future to be better. And also, we've got a lot more engagement, a lot more discussion on the global rise of authoritarianism and the decline of democracy, which it used to be a topic that no one really cares about. Like people, countries working on their domestic politics, sometimes they talk about foreign policy, but they never formulate a worldview that can really hold human rights perpetrators accountable. And I think for now, we should start thinking about it. I'm a Hong Kong activist. I led the student movement in 2014. I was elected as the youngest legislator in Hong Kong at the age of 23. And then I was disqualified. I was in jail to become a political person. And for now, I had to leave my home city to live in a life of exile in the UK because the government put me on a wanted list, and I would probably be in jail for decades if I were to return to Hong Kong. And that is a vivid example of how authoritarianism growing, led by like Chinese Communist Party, and then erode a city of Hong Kong, which used to be the freest city in Asia. And then for now, seemingly the world is started to awakening for the threat these dictators can bring into us. One of the most famous democracy reports shows that in the year 2020, it was the very first year since the year 2001 that we've got more autocratic regimes than the democratic one. And we do not start to really think about how we can defend democracy globally, how we can stop the rise of authoritarianism, not only on their domestic level, not only China has developed a more sophisticated and technologically advanced state than the Orwellian state, than the one depicted in 1984, but also its expansion are affecting democracy worldwide, and we've got some in the European Union facing these problems, then it is really difficult for us to continue to uphold our democratic values and to defend our democracy from going downward until one day when we're talking about politics, it just becomes a group of really powerful people, unchecked power, and people can say nothing about it. So I think new politics means that we see the world in a new perspective and we start to tackle the elephants in the room, like climate change, arms proliferation, and rise of authoritarianism, and we have to work together across borders.
Thank you. Anna, can you hear me well now? Anna, can you jump in with your thoughts on what new politics means to you? I want to get this sense from the beginning so we have a jumping off point for the rest of our discussion, because I know in 3/4 of an hour we will not cover everything we want to. So give me your key ideas right now.
Can you hear me? Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
I think new politics, a lot of it was said of the speakers before me, by the speaker, sorry. I think we have at the moment, we have a change of how politics are made because we want to change it. And there are a lot of young people who are politically active, not just in parties, but also as activists. And older politicians have no chance but not to see us. So they have to listen to us. They have to let us participate, and we can see it in the new elected Bundestag. From the 206 members of parliament from my party, 49 are younger than 35 years old. And this is like the first time we have so many young people in the parliament. And I think this is something we shouldn't just do in Germany, but all over the world. We have to let young people decide and let young people change the way politics work. It was said before and in the intro as well that a lot of younger people especially are getting the news, for example, from social media. And I try to tell people how everything works, why we are deciding the way we decide. So we have a climate crisis to change, we have a pandemic to fight. There are a lot of things we have to do and a lot of tough decisions we have to make. And we have to explain it to the people why we decide the way we do. And I think the younger generation is much, much better at it than the older ones. And we want to live not just in a country, but I want to live in a world where everyone can live freely and the way they want to live and communicate freely. So that's why I want to go into in Germany, we call it Netzpolitik, like digital politics. I want to change the internet. And a lot of the other young people, we're connected here as well, not just with the SPD, but also with the other parties. For example, the Green Party, we will meet with the Liberal Party as well, with the young people. And of course, the young people in the trade unions. We will kind of form a plan to change everything.
Well, I'm going to push back on you, not just because I'm old, but because it's my job to be the agent provocateur or a devil's advocate here. That was a great image you showed there of the protest in the streets, but I'm struck how identical it looks to pictures you see from the 1970s, where we had people out, younger people then, marching on the streets and campaigning against nuclear proliferation and so on. They are now the older generation. So what has really changed? What is different now that gives you hope that, you know, in 20 years' time, it won't just be the same again? Let me put that to Connor. You're in the room with me. You answer that one.
So I can't talk with you about 1970 because I wasn't born then, and I think you weren't born then either. But I think other times, other people, and so I think when you're longer in politics, you're more willing to make compromises. And your story isn't that new or fresh anymore. It's not a complaint, it's just a fact that you can't renew yourself for 40 years. And some people, especially in Belgium, they're a politician for 40 years.
So do we need a kick-out point? Do we have a
Yeah,
point
but
to
we're
say?
doing. First of all, I want to congratulate Anna for the elections she had, the wonderful elections. She's showing that social democracy in Europe is alive and kicking. So congratulations on that. And I think when I hear that in the SPD in Germany, they're like, she said, 50 people under 35 years are in parliament. Well, it's the same in our party. We have the youngest teams in our parliament ever. So we are kicking out the older ones. I'm the president. I'm the youngest one in Belgian history here. So it's not about young versus old, but it is about, and I think Nathan said well, it's about tackling some issues that who are important for our future. So we can't leave the future only to old people. They can join us, and we can join forces because we're stronger together. Because it's all about solidarity. If we talk about climate change, it's not Belgium versus Hong Kong or Belgium versus Germany. It's all together, or we will lose together, or we will win together. And it's about solidarity, and that's the key value of the social democracy, of socialists. And I think we should make that value dominant again. Like Trump said, make America great again. We should make solidarity great again, and we should preach that everywhere we can, and engage a lot of people on climate change, on racism, but also on healthcare, and on the inequality on social economic.
Ellie, Connor's saying there it's not young versus old, but do you see particular big political issues that have caused this intergenerational shift? I'm thinking of things like recovery funds post-COVID, things like climate change issues and poor targets coming out of, for example, the COP26.
Well, yes. I mean, there are some issues on which, in Italy especially, we have, a narrative around an international, let's say, an intergenerational fight. Pensions, mainly pensions, and the moment of access to the job market. But I think that in the new politics has to try to do what probably wasn't done in the last decades, anticipate and try to redistribute the effects of the huge transformation that have scared our societies, the demographic transformation. We are getting older, and we have to set up a new social welfare which is universal and knows that in order to reduce inequalities, you have to offer, let's say, answers that are proportionate to the different needs of our communities and territories. So it's how we bring back politics in trying to anticipate this big transformation, the climate transformation, the technological transformation. Look, it's incredible if you think about it, that innovation and technology are helping our lives, but at the same time, they're polarizing wealth, power, and also knowledge. Think about the new gig economy jobs, which are precarious jobs. The riders, for example, are finally organizing themselves across all borders and trying to build a trade union at the European level as well. So I think, I'm very impressed by the things that I heard from all my partners in the panel. Let me react to a couple of them. One is this: we cannot leave internationalism to the nationalists, because they have been particularly able in using the same rhetoric of hatred and walls. Think about Poland today, think about Hungary, Salvini, Le Pen in France, Farage, Trump on the other side, and using the same rhetoric, they're getting stronger. And at the same time, if you think about it, it's a contradiction, because that rhetoric makes them enemies on the opposite side of the walls they dream to build. But we were not so able to get stronger by joining our fights. I mean, for example, the results of the left in Belgium, in France, in Germany, in Portugal, were not an argument that made us stronger. Why? We have to be more able to think about ourselves and join our fights over every border. I think that this is what made Fridays for Future protest so much stronger today, to answer to your question that you posed to Connor, than 30 years ago. What's the difference? The difference is that now, with social media, and communication is key for the new politics, we can organize. Before, of course, in the 70s, we had common fights across the world for peace, for example, but those people could not connect immediately. Now, with the hashtag, with the social media, we can connect and organize and be stronger and put more pressure on our governments to go in the right direction. So I think we have some reason to be more hopeful on this new generation. And I really agree with Connor when he says about new faces. We have to support new feminist and young leadership. And it's really inspiring to see the commitment of Nathan. And I really support him.
Thank you very much, Ellie. And also you mentioned there that the technological revolution, and I'm glad you did, not just because I'm a tech reporter, but because I see Anna also mentioned Netzpolitik, and I do want to talk to you about it, because the idea of the internet as a commons, as a place to convene, as a place to organize, absolutely is completely unprecedented. But then, of course, we hear, again, to play devil's advocate, there's a lot of slacktivism. It's very easy just to click an online button and say, yes, I support this, without having to actually make any changes to yourself. And I wonder if this is because the internet is largely a capitalist business-making enterprise. Anna, talk to me about what you want to see change with how you like our connected world works. Tell me, I mean, if the internet is all owned and run by a few billionaires over in California, is it really the place where we want to mobilize?
That's exactly what we want to change. So the internet can be a place of freedom and a place of connection and a place of knowledge. For example, Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia we can access from all over the world in a lot of different countries, and we can gain knowledge for free. So the generations in the 70s, they haven't had that. And I think one point to your last question, I think the younger generation at the moment, I don't want to have an old versus new, and I don't want to fight the old people. We have to fight together. That's the whole point about it. But I think the younger generation is, at least in most parts of Europe, we are a generation, we grew up in peace. We haven't had to fight. We haven't had to starve. We are kind of, a lot of us, not all of us, but a lot of us are able to reflect ourselves and our privileges and are willing to give up privileges to help other people to fight, for example, climate change. And I think that might be a difference from the generation in the 70s, because they had a completely different background when they grew up. Back to the internet. I think we have a lot of governments, and not just China, but also in Europe and other parts of the world, who want to gain access to our part of the internet, to our communication in the internet, to what we do and what we write, and at the end what we think. And this is something which I think is very troubling, and we have to find ways to stop that by, for example, it's not that easy to say it in English, because I normally talk about it in German, but I'll try it. Encrypted messages is just like one example where it should be, by all governments in the world, it should be very clear that we protect encryption and that we will strengthen it. So our citizens, we as humans, are free and protected in the way we communicate, and that would be one point we can enforce, we can strengthen to help people not just in Germany, but for example also in Hong Kong.
Oh, Anna, I agree with you so much. I'm delighted you're putting it into words. And I will say that a lot of the crypto nerds I know are indeed well over 50, so it isn't a generational pull. What I wonder when I'm talking about this, because I mentioned capitalism as not the root of all evil, but certainly the avarice and the nature of depending on money-making enterprises for our communications is potentially an issue. But I wonder if, on a broader level, we need new KPIs for countries, new key performance indicators outside of the merely economic, what's your GDP? Nathan, do you think that we could bring in a human rights element as a measurement, that it becomes the dominant way of measuring the worth of a country?
Well, actually, yes. There are already a lot of index assessing like how happy people are living in a country, how well suited for human beings to live there, and there are lots of different ways that we can see a country whether it is good and how well it could be. And I think if we talked about countries, then we must talk about, like, for example, internet. There's basically a borderless thing that we need to reimagine how we could get together and how we can make it more efficient to advance politics rather to hinder it. It's easy for us to, for example, talk to people in different countries, talk to your voters simultaneously with the media platform. It increases access to people, increases the possibility of having a very flat and direct democracy. But it also encourages tribalism. It also encourages extreme views by them getting together, by a lot of social media making algorithm easy for extreme groups to get together. And seemingly on these private platforms, we shouldn't see it just a platforms operated by private enterprise. It is affecting billions of people. And if we do not have any public accountability, for example, setting up public committee that the society can get together to see how they are censoring speech, to see how they're encouraging people to get together, to see what news feed that they're feeding to people who are obviously doing bad things. Otherwise, we just cannot liberate the internet space. So when we talk about like capitalism, when you talk about private enterprise, I think as long as these companies growing to a level that is literally affecting every single of us, shaping every single policy debate, and basically crafting the whole political community, then we must ask, where is the accountability? Where does the participation of public jumping into the equation? And I think these things are yet to be solved, but it is really important because we're living in an age of digital, and there are a lot of more things that are worrying people. I think one of the fundamental differences when we're living in 70s, 80s, 90s is that when you ask like random people on the street, they will say that, oh, tomorrow is better. They believe that their world is going to be better. But for now, if you're asking like young people on the street, they may say that, no, it's difficult. They don't really have high hopes to the future. We've got like pandemic, we've got climate change issue, our democracy is dying. And how we can get those confidence back, how we can really tackle issues that we all care. I think that is a responsibility of politics. So we don't fix digital problem, digital divide, and also that tribalism arise from it. And if we cannot just find a solution of how we can communicate better, rather than encouraging division, I think it is really difficult for us to step into the era of new politics and solve problems that we all have, that we all are seeing.
Well, thank you, Nathan. I want to build on that with a question to Conor, and I'm going to stay a little bit with the tech area because we will move on, I promise, to other issues. But in terms of, as Nathan says, we have to make these, if you like, the big tech companies, the digital platforms, accountable. That then comes down to the politicians at the end of the day and the policymakers to make them accountable. There's a saying that turkeys don't vote for Christmas. So if you get elected off the back of a platform, are you really going to want to turn around and regulate it? And do you think that is something different that we're seeing with younger politicians?
It's a difficult question, and it's also an easy question. It's difficult because I don't know my colleagues in the panel, but I think we all use social media to reach and to engage new people, younger people, also older people, but in my case, younger people, and to make them rediscover a belief in the future. Because what I've heard is very important is that studies have proven that younger people don't believe they will progress in their social economic position. They will have less welfare than their parents. So that's really not good. And that's fuel for the extreme opinions. Because when you're not, the less secure people are, the more insecure people are, the more anxious and the more vulnerable they are for extreme opinions. And those extreme opinions are a lot on social media and the tech companies. So I think we should regain the lead in what's free speech and what's hate speech. I think we should really hold them accountable. And I think I think I prefer a level playing field. Maybe in Belgium, sometimes we ask ourselves, why shouldn't we forbid advertisements from political parties? So it's about the content and about the message, and it's not about how much money you can spend towards a group. That's one. Two, I really think, and that's something social economic as well, but that we should hold them accountable for the money they make. And I really would like to answer to your previous question about capitalism and happiness. I think we should rank and look to countries and the way their people and their citizens are happy. And why? Because that's our story. And why is that our story? Because those rankings prove that the most happy countries, the countries where the people are the most happy, are the countries with with less inequality. And less inequality means better jobs. It means better loans. It means better healthcare. It means more freedom. It's like the Nordic countries. It's like New Zealand. It's like Canada. And those are countries where people are free, people are happy. Not all people, but in general, free, happy, and the welfare is redistributed. And I think that's our story to regain control. I think it's the bigger picture. It's a circle. We should regain control on those platforms. But I think as well we should do something about the negative and hate speech on those platforms, and we should do something about the fuel. About the gap between people and politics, and the gap in the increasing inequality. Because I'm afraid that in Belgium, I'm sure that that's the reason there's a lot of hate speech and extreme opinions, and people are vulnerable for extreme opinions on those platforms. So I think it's the both.
Absolutely, and inequality also creates a vacuum which you can put a scapegoat in, and people like to blame a scapegoat. Moving on to, I'd like to talk a little bit about the importance or not, or relevance of traditional political parties. And Anna, I think you might be a good person to talk about this from your perspective, because within parliaments, be it the European Union Parliament here we're sitting in, or be it the Belgian Parliament or the German Parliament, traditional parties are still the norm, and they still also allow independence to exist. But where do you find your position?
Well, I think I'm very glad we have political parties, and we have kind of traditional political parties like the SPD, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, is the oldest party here, and I'm very glad we're still existing. And well, for example, after the last election in 2017, which wasn't so good for us, we went through a process where we said, okay, we have to renew ourselves, and we have to listen to all the voices, and especially the younger people in the party, not just, but especially the younger people in the party. We have to change the way we work, and we have to change how everyone can participate in the party, and we did that. Our party program we had in the election, we wrote together. It was not just Olaf Scholz giving it to us and saying, okay, we will work with this now. No, it was a team effort. And I think that was one of the reasons, because all the generations and the different opinions in the party, we worked together to form a program where every one of us could say, okay, that's my program, that's our program, we will fight for it. And we stood together in solidarity, and it was the election campaign was great. It was not easy, but it was fun. And yeah, everyone could see the result in the end. And we as USOs, as the youth organization of the Social Democrats, we always work together with young trade unions, with, as we call it, like natural allies, activists, with whom we discuss different topics, and they will bring it into their organizations. We will bring it into our parties, and together we go on the streets and try to change politics. And sometimes it works, sometimes not. And now with a lot more younger and progressive people in the parliament, I think it will work more often. But in general, I'm very glad we have representative democracy with parties I think it's easier not to fall for the extremists than with the direct democracy.
Well, I want to pick up on this, on the point of coalition, because I'm mindful that in Germany and particularly in Belgium, coalitions are a big thing. And for me, growing up in Ireland, we always had coalitions. And I feel that perhaps maybe moves the extremists to a pressure valve situation rather than dictating policy. But I'm interested to know whether you think coalitions or that sort of cooperation between political parties is the inherently correct way of doing politics. Ellie, your thoughts on this?
Well, it's a very good question, but I'm not scared of coalitions. We need coalitions unless we want to wait until we have 52% in the polls before making a change. So it's difficult, but finding the highest compromise is part of the art of politics, as we are trying also to change it. And let me give you some example. I mean, if you have a credible political class with new faces, and if you have a coherence of the vision of the future, then it works. It's particularly difficult in Italy, where we face every day, young people are delusional with politics, also my generation, but even more the ones that came after. So how to fight that? They are not engaging in traditional politics and parties, but they are engaging in association, in civil society organization, in the movements for climate, for example. So how to rebuild that, let's say, that dialogue. This is what we are trying to do every day. First of all, what they are asking us is unity, yes, but coherence. Unity as itself is not a value if it's not accompanied by coherence of the project. So are we able with other forces to find coherence? Yes. In the European Parliament, where I spent 5 years, we had a progressive caucus. And it's the thing that I bring with in my heart from that experience, that with different colleagues of 27 different countries and 24 different languages, among the groups of the Social Democrats, where I seated, among the groups of the Greens and also the United Left, we worked together on some issues, and we were able to push them forward together. We made a wonderful work on the Dublin regulation reform. Unfortunately, the government stopped it.
I'm still stop you there because I want to bring Nathan in. We're talking here about wonderful coalitions that we have in Europe. China, notably, not so much in terms of coalitions, but even we look at other parts of the world where it's maybe only a two-party state, where it's always the Democrats or the Republicans, for example, or even in the UK. So, Nathan, what's your view on traditional political parties?
Well, I think politics, of course, is about belief, about values, but sometimes it's about connection and trust. When you have big parties that they have trust of people, and when you've got people that have their deep connection with them, having ties with them, sometimes they can also be a force of good to change when they talk to the trusted voters and they make progress in their policy. So I think in this political world, we've got each of us, we've got our own part to do. We need to compromise, but also we need to shift the compromise towards the direction that we foresee is good for the society. We are not like compromising for the sake of reaching conclusion. We're compromising for the sake of making the world better, to try to shift the political dynamics to the way that we wanted our society to be, to foresee changes. So I think traditional parties, definitely they need to refigure themselves. They need to adopt and catch up with the change of the societies. But they're also having important roles that we must engage. And for us, if we want to change, then we're not only asking the change from ourselves, but from all the parties that are important in the society, and we work together.
Thanks, Nathan. Conor, Do you think there is an increasing number of single-issue politicians? I mean, convictions, courage of convictions, but where they stand on a platform for example, climate change mitigation or LGBTQI rights. Is there a change in that, or are politicians less all-rounders than they used to be?
I think, as Ellie said, there are more people engaged in those movements, the one-issue movements. But I believe that in politics, you have to have a vision about how you want to form society, the whole country, how you want to make your country better and want to make life better of all people. And that's never just only one issue. So I believe that if you want to make a difference, you got to step in the arena. You got to step in the arena, and the arena in Belgium, it is very long formation of a government. I did it myself here in Belgium, and it's very hard negotiating to find compromises. But yeah, it's like Ellie said, unless you want to wait until we reach 51% of the votes, we should act now to make a difference. And you should never just join to join or to be in office. But if you find yourself you can make a difference, you should do it. You should make life better. So I believe in cooperation. I believe that we should work together. And I really hope that the European Union and the countries of Europe, they can improve their collaboration, because I really don't like everything Europe is doing. I think we should get rid of some countries like Poland or Hungary. We should get rid of them. We should make out of the EU, but we should make a stronger collaboration between the countries that believe in our principles and our values.
Well, that's a good point to make. And we've got 5 minutes left, so I think it's going to be rapid roundup time for each of you. So I'm going to ask you to give me a concrete vision of your future and the future that we will all share, and maybe one concrete step that you feel could be taken towards that might be within your remit, might be within your power to do, or that you feel a politician should do. I think, Anna, I'm going to put you on the spot to start first. Just give me in 1 minute what your vision is and how to get there.
Do that what we had at the beginning, not at the beginning of the internet, but at the beginning of my usage of the internet, that young people all over the world connect and work together and find solutions for the pressing issues we have. And one tiny little thing I can help is, for example, the encryption thing. At least in Germany, we can say, okay, we will enforce it. We will supply people who are connected with money. We will help them, which would not just help people in Germany, but all over the world.
And perhaps stop governments always encouraging backdoors to encryption, because there's no such thing. Let me turn to you, Ellie, get your thoughts as well, please, on what representatives can and should do and what representation means, and your 1 minute vision for the future.
I mean, look at us today. You gave an opportunity to 4 people that didn't know themselves to, let's say, talk for half an hour and discover that our words, our thoughts go in the same direction. That's powerful. We have to build a stronger network and fight together for the biggest challenges of our times. You have mentioned them. I've heard them. The fight to every kind of inequalities and climate justice, because they are strictly connected. And I think on that intersection, we can really work together at all governmental level and do and make a change, starting from the European level, where I fought for tax justice, for example, and I can see only today, 5 years after, what is the outcome of the efforts that I've put in the fight together with my comrades at the European Parliament. So let's never give up, because maybe it takes time to get a change, but it's always worth to go in that direction. So thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Nathan, your wrap-up comment as well, please. And a concrete one as well, if possible.
Well, yeah, for me, new politics is about addressing problems that are really huge and existential to us. Rise of authoritarianism is definitely one of them. I think for the past 2 decades, the world has been too complacent about it. So the democratic countries for now, they needed to be in solidarity. They need to form new agency, new global vision, new mechanism to hold human rights perpetrators accountable, and start to think how we can safeguard our democracy. A lot of people are saying that our democracies are dying, but seemingly there are very few people that could respond why and how to fix it. And I think that is the time for us to rethink and to act.
Thank you. And Conor, what's your commitment to the future?
I think and it's something we can all do in every country in the world, we should reclaim the dominant frame. We should not have the frame of austerity, of hate speech, of polarization. And I think we need to find new answers for new problems in a social economic frame. And I think we can close the gap between, we should really work hard as young and new faces to close the gap between people and politics in a way to decrease inequality. And I think if we decrease inequality, we can stop polarization, and we can rebuild a welfare state, of a welfare world where solidarity is key.
Thank you for that. And it is nice to end on a positive note. I probably could have predicted this with such great speakers, that we were going to get somewhere that would end up with a sense of optimism, I hope, going forward. We've all heard the old joke. How can you tell if a politician is lying? Their lips are moving. The first instance of that joke being written down was in 1932. Let's hope with this new generation it's a joke that will be consigned to the dustbin of history. I'm really grateful to you all today for such a rapid fire, 3/4 of an hour panel. We are never going to solve all the problems of the world in that time, but hopefully we've set the agenda in terms of our discussion. I'm going to hand back now to the main studio. So please, ladies, can you hear me? Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for that amazing panel. So interesting to talk to the next generation of leaders and also activists, because it's not just the politicians, of course, it's about civil society being engaged as well. I particularly enjoyed the comment about the fact that Turkey doesn't vote for Christmas, the question that was posed by Jennifer about politicians regulating the platforms that enable them to have such a wide reach or not. It's one that I find particularly interesting because of course, that is the new way of engaging as well. So it's quite a dilemma. Ona, what was it that you took away from this panel?
For me personally, I think it's very important to keep in mind that traditional parties are putting actual problems that are still up to date and do understand the problems that our society has now as well. I think the difference is one of communication, and I think that we do need young politicians for that. It's a language, not gap, but difference.
Yeah.
And I think that we will reach a point where we will all understand each other more directly and be able to talk to the public through social media more and more easily.
And we have been talking so much during the Global Progressive Forum about representation, whether that means representation of minorities or of women in politics, but representation of young people in politics is also an issue. If you want to you want to believe it, you need to see it in order to become it. So that is another argument to seeing more and more young, socially engaged people taking part in either in politics or at the very least in the debate, in the political debate. I was wondering, did anyone take part in the debate on social media, Ona?
Yes, of course. And I have one comment that was the most interesting one for me. And that comment is asking why politicians are not more bold, more direct on social media. And that's a very interesting topic. And it also, it fits to what I have said before and to my take as a young person. And the fact is that you shouldn't use traditional language or language that you speak or you write in an essay when you use social media. It's more easy, and you need to start using easy language and people that just use it on a day-by-day basis. And I think that there are politicians that do manage to do it. For example, Conor Rousseau, one of the panelists, he is most famous or very famous for his take on social media. He asks very important political questions. He does posts on his Instagram story.
Would you call him bold?
I think yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he's actually a very good example for a bold politician, left politician.
Fantastic.
And I think that it was also interesting, for example, on the panelists, the difference on the dress code. Did you notice that?
Oh, yes.
There are people who wear this blazer, or they try to be serious, and then to show the public that they are representing people and they are trustworthy. And you can see that Conor Rousseau, one of the bold people on social media, he was wearing a Christmas sweater with hearts on it, very easy. But as I'm saying, it's a talent. It's a little bit of a marketing talent, and I think that we should also be very careful with it, because just because one politician might not be very used to social media and use the language that fits social media, doesn't mean that the person doesn't do politics that is very important for us today.
No.
It doesn't mean that they do help young female women who just gave birth to kids. It doesn't mean that. It's just marketing, and we need to
true.
take that
and
into consideration.
It's such a fine line as well, because how you communicate is so important. And actually, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's one of the examples we saw in the previous studio moment, she is a fantastic communicator, but it is a talent. And there are other young congresswomen who we hear a bit less from that are nevertheless doing incredible work for the Democratic Party in the United States. So it should not be either one or the other. Like, if you're a social media whiz, you should win all the elections. But it definitely is something that helps engage.
Yes.
Speaking of engagement, how is the poll doing? Have we had any more votes?
I must be honest, I did not see a big difference in the polls.
So what is the front runner still?
The front runner is, 1 second. So the front runner is still reducing poverty and inequalities.
Okay.
So I'm still saying that it still seems to be one of the big topics, and I think it has something to do with the pandemic. We are trying to get over.
Yes.
And it's important.
It is, and equally important is the climate. Of course, we've been talking about climate change.
It also goes hand in hand.
Yes.
It's not. You shouldn't separate it that much.
It is the other side. Yes.
Is people who are poor are affected by the climate change most.
Yes. For the moment.
Goes hand in hand, yes.
In a bit, maybe it's going to be us on the other side.
Of course.
But it's true, it does go hand in hand, and it is a topic that's been alluded to a lot in the previous panels. But in a little while, we're going to have a dedicated panel to the climate. And one of the speakers at this panel is Morten Thorsby, who's a football player and climate activist from Norway. And I believe that he's also got a campaign called We Play Green.
Exactly. That's a campaign that's also a very interesting phenomenon that's happening. So he's also very well known on social media. He's a young, good-looking football player, of course. And this initiative of his, he wants to make all football players who spend a lot of time running and in nature, and they do care about their health. He wants to achieve this mindset that you should take care of the environment. So being healthy and living green, it also goes kind of hand in hand. And this is the awareness that he wants to show us.
Let's take a look at the video from We Play Green.
To make sure future generations can live and play like we do today, we need to restore balance with nature. We all need to change, but we cannot change if we are not made aware. Once aware, we will engage. And once engaged, we will change. By connecting more than 3 billion people across the globe, football has a unique possibility in taking a leading role, raising awareness and uniting us despite our differences in cultures, languages, and religions. Players, clubs, business, and supporters all have a role to play. This is a game we cannot afford to lose.
Hi, my name is Morten Thorsby and I'm playing for Sampdoria in the Serie A and the Norwegian national team. I'm concerned about the environmental problems we are facing, and I believe football has to do more to address these challenges. Therefore, last year I created a foundation, We Play Green. We Play Green's vision is to help mankind restore its balance with nature. Our goal is to activate the 3.5 billion football fans all over the world by creating awareness and inspiration in partnership with clubs and players. Join us in this vital game. Let's play to save the planet.
Wonderful to see him trying to mobilize his colleagues basically around football, and hopefully we will see more people in more walks of life do the same in their respective job.
Yes, it's a very moving video, isn't it? So it has children and people feeling together, wanting to win something. What I think it's very interesting about this video is, and the campaign in general, I mean, it's a goal that we can say we all want it, right? We all want, exactly, that's a good wordplay, the goal.
Couldn't help myself.
But we want to save our planet.
Yes.
Everybody wants to. The left people, the conservative people, we do want to save our planet.
It should not be a partisan issue at all.
Exactly. Yeah. But what is very interesting about the campaign is the fact that it's specific. And that's the key on the communication that we have been talking before. It doesn't want to activate people in general. I mean, of course we do, but it's the football players. And that's very good because that's the key to reach people through their hobbies, to the things that they are passionate about. And he's doing a very good job at this campaign.
In the end, climate change will affect everyone and everything. Exactly. And bearing that in mind, we went out and asked some questions about what people on the streets say about climate change. Let's take a look.
Yes, I do.
You can hardly deny it at this point.
No, it's real. It's a real threat.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
No, it's real and it really worries me.
I think it's a real threat.
Climate change is real, so something should be done. It's a big problem. Personally, I'm a vegetarian.
We try to recycle on a daily basis.
I use the public transport.
Buy some eco products. I also buy second-hand clothes.
Try to buy local.
Just cycling.
They're putting effort, but I think they should put much more.
Of course, much more.
It's never enough.
Yes, sure. You pay taxes on bikes, but not on flights. Like, how does that make sense? I think they should be affordable for all.
I think it should be affordable to everyone.
I prefer to pay extra.
If only rich people can be eco-friendly, then we won't get very far.
I wouldn't mind spending more if I know it will be better as an overall for the environment.
Well, that was pretty encouraging. People are willing to do more to save the planet, and most of them were also the next generation.
Exactly. And I think it's very important we are at the Global Progressive Forum here,
yes.
And climate change is a global issue, and this is the exact place to talk about it.
And in fact, it is the subject of our next panel. A new Green Deal for climate justice will start very shortly. Beatrice, are you ready for us?
I am ready for you, and my speakers are ready for you. A very interesting conversation we're going to have today about the need for climate justice. This is about emissions, but it's also about money, and for sure it's about reparation of all the damage that we have caused all across the world, and how to make sure that we compensate for that when we talk about moving forward into a more sustainable economy. So we're going to have representatives from different parts of the world, from the civil society, but also from the political sphere, and we're going to be addressing all those issues in a minute.
Wonderful, Beatrice. Tell us a little bit about who your speakers are going to be.
We're going to be talking to Paul Magnette here with me, joining us in Brussels. It's not the first time that he has been part of this conversation in the Global Progressive Forum. He's been very much active, especially in COP26 just a few weeks ago. And we're also going to have Sunita Azrim, who is actually an activist from India. We're going to have Thurton, as you were mentioning before, who is a football player who is trying to raise awareness about the need to fight climate change. We're going to have Rak Battle. He's an economist and he's working quite a lot on the impact on the food security system as well, because this is a major issue. And we're also going to have a representative from the General Youth Assembly of the United Nations tackling climate change. It's very important to bring youth voices into this conversation, because climate justice is also an intergenerational issue.
Very much so. We look forward to hearing it. Have a great panel, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Indeed, welcome to this panel session where we are going to be talking about a new Green Deal for climate justice. And we are going to be reflecting on this issue because even though almost 40% of the emissions actually come from the richest countries, it's often the poorest countries that are actually facing the consequences of climate change. And we absolutely need to talk about this. And I'm going to be talking about this with a very important lineup of speakers. We're going to have here Paul Magnette, who is the mayor of Charleroi, but he's also the leader of the Socialist Party in Belgium. You have been very active in the COP26, but it's definitely not the first time that you have been there, isn't it?
No, well, that's the first time. My first COP was COP14 in Poznan in 2008, so I've been following those global discussions for the last 12 years, yeah.
We're going to bring all that experience into the conversation for sure. We also have joining us from India, Sunita Narain, who is an environmentalist and a political activist. And we have as well Morten Thorsby, as we were talking about before. He's a football player, but he's also a climate activist who has been very active in making sure that football is a little bit greener. We have Rak Patel, who is a professor at the Texas University in the US. And last but definitely not least, we have Nisrim El-Saim, who is a chair on the UN Secretary General Youth Advisory Group on climate change, because as I said, youth voices are very important. Now, this conversation is not only about climate action, but especially about climate justice. When we talk about all the different ways in which we need to tackle climate change, do we bring enough the voices of those who live in the countries that are more affected by the consequences of climate change, in these cases, southern countries?
Well, certainly not. If we look at the COPs, and certainly the last COP, there were more than 500 representatives of the fossil fuel industry, and of course they have direct access to the ministries and to the high civil servants of the United Nations or European Commission and so on and so forth, and they can put a lot of pressure. While many countries in the group of the least developed countries have, it's very difficult for them to send delegates to those COPs, and also the representatives of the small islands and those countries which are the first victims of the already of the consequences of climate change already now. And of course, all the civil society, all these young people who were very, very frustrated, and met lots of them. They had traveled to Glasgow by train. They had with friends. They wanted to be there. They wanted to be part of the event, and they had very, very little access to the real places where decisions take place, or even negotiations and discussions. So, although I must say, climate negotiation is probably the most transparent, most inclusive, most open process at the global level, compared, for example, to trade negotiations, which always take place behind closed doors with lots of lobbyings without any kind of transparency. Nevertheless, there's still is a room for improvement to make sure that those processes become more inclusive, and that we should, I think, give some kind of affirmative action to the victims of climate change. They should have a right to be heard more than the others, because they're already suffering today from the consequences of what we, the rich countries, are responsible for. So I think this is
indeed, and thank you so much, because you mentioned the question of the representation of the fossil fuel industry, and I wanted to bring Sunita in for this one, because I was wondering, to what extent do you think that we take more into consideration the benefits of those industries than we do take into consideration human rights of the people who are suffering the consequences of climate change?
Well, you know, I think it's really the most inconvenient question, the inconvenient truth when it comes to climate change. The fact is, there are victims of climate change. My country is suffering hugely because of the impacts of climate change across the world. It is the farmers, it is the poor who are bearing the brunt of climate change and the impacts of climate change. And yet, if you look at COP, and I think this COP, and we should really hang our heads in shame. I mean, this COP, the Glasgow Climate Pact, actually says climate justice is important for some. Now, I know this is a legacy from the Paris Agreement, but you know, how can we sit together and talk about climate change when we have said in a document which the world has signed on to, saying that climate justice is important for some? I mean, are we basically saying that it is not a universal value? Are we basically saying that as the carbon budget has now been exhausted, the world is at a brink of a catastrophe? Millions of people who do not have access to energy still, who do not have access to development, are basically consigned in this in a system to say that because they did not do development when there was space, when you could pollute the atmosphere, they do not have any right anymore. I mean, I think this is an issue which is at the core of the negotiations. If we don't understand the need for climate justice and the need for climate equity, we can never have an effective agreement, because we need to understand how we are going to build a collaborative, cooperative agreement to go ahead. And to me, I have also been to many COPs, but I think this COP and the final document shows the fundamental flaw in it. And just to add, the European Union actually did not, in my view, the final speech of the European Union representative sort of chastising the rest of the world and telling us that, grow up, climate change is important. EU is one which is a leader on climate change. I mean, the EU is still addicted to fossil fuel. You have not got out of coal yet, and you have appropriated a very large space of the atmosphere. So I think let's have a conversation of grown-ups now. Let's have a conversation of equals, rather than the European Union looking down at all of us as we were natives and who needed to be taught a lesson.
It goes absolutely down to that, right? Having a conversation among equals so that actually we can come up with solutions that tackle the climate change in the way that everyone has a responsibility towards it. And this is very interesting because indeed when we look at climate justice, it's not only about whether or not we invest in certain countries or whether or not we actually try to limit the consequences in certain communities, but it's also about the fact that on the basis of emissions, we are already emitting way more than other countries, but we are forcing them to take the same measures that we do. I wanted to tag Raj into this because you were nodding very strongly when Sunita was talking about the role of the European Union and that final speech on COPs. And I was wondering, what is your view on the role that northern countries have played in the last COP26? And to what extent do you think that they understand the importance of climate justice and they're actually going to move forward into actual implementation of this promise?
They understand full well what the consequences would be. It would involve reparations from the global north to the global south. And that's why why I'm skeptical about this idea of, if only we have access, everything will be different. I don't think that's true at all, because we had impassioned speeches from Tuvalu, for example, about the importance of mechanisms to compensate countries in the global south for loss and damage caused by climate change. And there was access, that we had the conversation, everyone said, yes, you're right, we should do something about that. And then the European Union and the United States blocked any meaningful loss and damage finance mechanism. And then Barack Obama turns up and says, oh, Donald Trump was a very bad man. Under my administration, we did fantastic things. And he promised $100 billion a year of climate financing, and they've yet to reach that. So I don't think, I think we might be beyond the stage where having as many people as you like at COP will result in a good outcome. I think that at the moment, the kinds of policy that seem to be working are not coming from national governments, they're coming from subnational regions, and they're coming from social movements. In the United States, for example, one of the best ways of keeping fossil fuel in the soil has been direct action by indigenous groups. Over the past decade, 25% of US fossil fuel emissions have either been delayed or kept in the ground completely because people are putting their bodies on the line in front of pipelines. And there isn't a better policy that I know of than that kind of direct action. And that direct action speaks much more than having a voice at COP.
Absolutely. We have seen that it's actually the social movements that are actually pushing the changes at the policy level. And I wanted to come back to Paul on that. But before, I wanted to bring Thornton into the conversation. And because Raj mentioned the question of social movements and their importance in driving action in climate change, I was wondering, how do you see yourself as a football player, but also a climate activist, trying to raise awareness about these issues and trying to mobilize people into putting more pressure on politicians so that we actually move into a more climate justice society?
Yeah, it was good you mentioned the social movement, because that's exactly what I'm trying to do with the biggest social phenomenon in the world, football, which is cross culture, religion, and country, and it's the only sport you can call like is 2 times the size of Christianity, and bigger than China and India in total. So I mean, it's huge, and I want to create that social movement through sports, and especially football, because one of the core values that we have in football is right to play, and no matter where you come from, where in the world you live, and you know those are the kind of things that's basically something that football has always lived on, and that everybody has a chance to actually become, you know, a huge star and play. And now, of course, the biggest market of football is in Europe, but everybody in the world, every kid around the world should have the possibility to come here and play and compete with the best. And I mean, I'm trying to tell a story where this is no longer a reality in 30 to 40 years, where we actually have a world where a lot of countries will struggle with huge problems, who won't make it possible to actually play football. And I'm trying to create now, because the football world is still far in behind, and when we speak about sports in general also, because of course they've been the last 20 years kind of, they haven't been involved that much, because you know everybody loves sports, and you know that's great, and it brings so many positive emotions. It's so important to bring, you know, cultural understanding cross countries. So I mean, sports brings a lot of positive things, but they have to understand now they also have to contribute and help us and becoming a forerunner in this fight against climate change, because we need. I genuinely think that football and sports can actually make a huge difference. And when I speak about the numbers, 3.5 billion people around the world following football, you know, football fans, you know, that's a huge amount of people that we can bring into a social movement, actually bringing these causes and bring up these causes to the politicians to bring more and further action. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm making now a foundation for all football players around the world to bring this message out. A lot of fans is from Asia, also from the global south, and I think this could be a huge contribution to actually solving these problems.
Indeed, because also the beauty of doing this in a football stadium is that you're not necessarily preaching to the choir, but it's just a different audience that is actually being exposed to these messages. I wanted to bring back this debate about the role of the European Union, but also other northern societies during the COP, and to what extent they have blocked any actual action when it comes to climate justice. How did you see it yourself?
Well, I don't know if the European Union is blocked, but the European Union has not supported, has not pushed for it, and has not done what it promised to do, and that's the main problem. I fully agree with this. I mean, that the main problem is that we promised in Copenhagen to create a green fund. Then we promised in Paris that we would bring $100 billion a year to this green fund, in addition to adaptation fund, to lessen damages, as we call them, and that kind of things. And we do not deliver. And so, of course, all those countries who already suffer from the consequences of climate change are not just disappointed, but very angry against us, and they're right to be very angry against us. And I fully agree with this perception that there was a sort of schizophrenia between the fact that we, the European Union, say we are the leaders, we are, and Frans Timmermans is a very strong guy, very strong negotiator, and makes very nice speeches. But then you have the speech, which is very strong, and you realize that we did not deliver when we promised. So this is a crucial problem. But also coming to what Raj said in terms of social movements, they're absolutely important, and I support all these social movements, the indigenous people protecting the environment, the movements fighting against environmental racism and that kind of things. But I think it's also very, very important to politicize them. I meet lots of those people, and they don't make any difference between left and right very often. They say, well, this is the politicians And certainly with those young movements, those young people striking and demonstrating in the street to say, we ask politicians to act. Andreas Malm, who is a very famous writer on those issues, said to Greta Thunberg a few days ago, Greta Thunberg posted a tweet and she says, we ask the leaders to take decisions, but if you ask, you will never get anything. You must do much more than ask. You must mobilize and you must connect this to politics and say, yes, there is a difference between conservative politics and progressive politics. And this is a very basic choice, but yes, elections do matter. They're not everything, but they do matter. And if you only do elections, that will never be enough. But if you put all your trust in social movements without having any kind of interest for elections, that will never be enough either. You need to connect, and that's the story of big social movements.
Absolutely.
You need to connect the social movements and the elections and to convince those people that, yes, voting for progressive parties, and even, I mean, Biden is maybe not the perfect incarnation of the fight against climate change, but yes, there's a difference between Trump and the Democrats, between those who leave the Paris Agreement and those who come back in the Paris Agreement. It's not enough, but that's a difference. And the fact that left and right, progressive and conservative, that makes a difference. We as Social Democrats, reassert that.
You absolutely need political firepower to come together and actually make action that can make a change. I wanted to go back to Sunita and Raj about the question of the role of the European Union, and especially because we're talking about a new European Green Deal in this conversation. And I was wondering, to what extent do you think that the external action that comes within the European Green Deal is enough? And how do you see these in line or not with the principles that the European Union is defending in terms of defending climate action, but also human rights? Do you see, Sunita, that it's actually it makes sense, like it works in practice? And how do you see this action?
So, Beatrice, I don't know enough about it to speak with great confidence, but I have been trying to understand what is different countries' roadmap to get to either net zero or to even get to 2030 goals. And I think the most important issue for us in the South is clearly we have an opportunity to reinvent. We must do an energy transformation. We must do a mobility transformation. We must be able to build our homes that we need to build today in a way that they are green. And we have to do this all in a way that energy is affordable to very large numbers of people. Let's be very clear that as much as the issue of climate change is important, as much as the issue of sustainability is important, so is the issue of equity and inclusion within our own countries. Now, when I look at the European Green Deal, I think the point that disturbs me the most from an external point of view is the dependence, and it's not so clear how much, because the numbers on it I have not been able to find. But there seems to be a great amount of dependence on what you would call offsets. Because when you look at the entire scheme moving ahead, it is going to depend on being able to buy or sequester carbon dioxide, either internally or by buying credits from other countries. Now, in that, it is not very clear at all what will be the arrangements. And this is where I think COP26 again failed. We as environmentalists from India have been demanding that cheap offsets should be out. The world has to move towards transformation. The market must be driven through public policy, not left on its own. The market has to be based on the principle of paying for the real costs of transformation in countries of the South where the possibility exists. And I'm not sure that that's really where the European Union is working towards. And I think, please forgive me, I don't know enough about the European Union's plan. Maybe Raj or will be able to add to it.
But that is okay, because you mentioned something that I absolutely wanted to discuss, and is this concept of carbon colonization, sort of, where there is a number of countries in the South that are actually opposing the creation of carbon markets, because indeed they see how the northern countries are relying way too much on carbon offsets. And I was wondering, Raj, what is your view on this issue?
Well, I mean, again, this is the idea of colonization, I think, is something worth reminding the European Union that they did and that they continue to do in different ways now. I know Britain isn't any longer in the European Union, but it's still important and instructive to have a dollar figure associated with their colonization of India. And a recent study by Utsa and Prabhat Patnaik suggested that the dollars extracted from the global south under colonialism by Britain, sorry, just from India by Britain, was $64 trillion. Now, that's a number just to have in your head. When you then think about how the Green Deal fits into stories about colonialism and also about debt. I mean, for me, there's a real disconnect between ideas of the European greening itself, while at the same time holding debt from the global south that essentially forces countries into the kinds of behavior that are about cutting down forests and mining fossil fuels in order to pay off euro and dollar denominated debt, to pay off creditors who got this debt in the first place, often from illegitimate regimes. And if now the mechanism for paying off this debt is not mining or burning, but again, privatizing and creating carbon offsets in ways that again exclude people from their own land, you can understand why people in the global south would be quite upset by this new green colonialism.
Absolutely. And again, I'm glad because you mentioned something I absolutely wanted to discuss, and it's this concept that was built in the 90s about the ecological debt, which was very much about what you mentioned, the fact that there were northern countries extracting resources from countries that they have colonized. They were making use of the natural resources. They were actually provoking environmental damages, and now they're not willing to pay for those damages. And I was wondering whether or not, Paul, you agree with this idea of ecological debt, and to what extent do you think that European countries will be willing to pay the price?
Yeah, of course, of course. Europe has become what it is because it has exploited not just the natural resources, not just the land of all those countries, but also the people of those countries. All those slaves sent from Africa to the Caribbean and to Latin America have, of course, been one of the reasons which explain why Europe has become so rich today. And this is a historical debt, which is much more than just it's an ecological debt, but it's also a social, a human and moral debt that we have towards all those countries. So we have a very strong and deep responsibility, and in the same time we emitted more than 20% and we keep emitting much more than the rest of the world. So we have a very deep responsibility, and we have to pay for that. But if you want to pay for that, we also need here within the EU to open the debate, or where would we find money? Because if we ask the citizens more taxes to pay for global transition, global ecological transition, it would be politically very difficult. But if we say we can do that with new own resources in the EU, the level of the EU's own resources is very, very, very limited. It's less than 1.5, it's 1.3% GDP or something like that. But we can raise a carbon tax and adjustment at the frontiers of the European Union. When we import goods from regions which do not respect the ecological and social standards of the European Union, we can ask a global carbon tax, and then use, of course, this carbon tax to support the least developed and the developing countries, and to pay to refund this debt, so to say. We can also, and we should, we Social Democrats, the champions of a tax on capital here in the EU. We see that the capital has been rising very, very fast the last 30 years, and it continues to rise much faster than the wages. So yes, they have those rich people, those 1% top richest people here in Europe as in the rest of the world emit 40, 100, 3,000 more gases than the poorest people in the world. So yes, they should contribute too. So you cannot, what I mean is that, and of course the tax on the so-called Tobin tax, the tax on transnational financial transactions, these are ways of getting a lot of money and to use it to support those countries which need it and to open the discussion about the debt without asking the citizens to pay more, except, of course, the richest ones, and also to reconnect this idea of global equity and fight against inequalities also here within the European Union. So the domestic issue and the global issues of justice are deeply connected, and this should be, I think, at the core of our political message.
I wanted to come back on the carbon tax and bring Sunita in, because there has been also some criticism towards this mechanism that the European Union is trying to build, this carbon adjustment tax, that it's actually meant indeed to tackle the trade coming from countries where the climate levels, the climate action levels are not as good as in the EU. And this has been criticized by many developing countries because they're saying, look, we cannot raise our climate targets because we don't have the funding to actually do that. So we're going to be penalized as well as in our trade. Do you think that that's absolutely the case? Do you think that this could actually be used, as Paul was saying, as a way to support those countries in need?
You know, we really need a good discussion on this. I mean, the fact is, and I think Paul is right, that we need to raise money at scales that we have never seen before. There is no doubt about it. That we cannot just talk about national taxation to pay for the kind of transformation we require, especially when you're dealing with not just the change you need in Europe, but the change that you need in vast countries across the world. And I think that clearly needs funding levels, which the world really can't just scramble around and say, oh, I have a few pennies here that I will put in and a few pennies here. So Paul is completely right to say we need new forms to be able to raise the money. But is the EU's border tax the right way to go? I'm not sure. I mean, let's be clear about this. Trade has been the single biggest reason because of which we are in the mess we are today. There is no doubt. If you look at the climate agreement, the irony of it is, and I am old enough to have been at Rio in 1992, when the Framework Convention on Climate Change was agreed on. And, you know, all of us miss the fact that that is also the time when WTO came into existence. And WTO came into existence to get the world's economy stitched up as one, to get free trade going. And on the other hand, the world was trying to get together an agreement where we would limit the outcome of trade through the climate agreement. Now, if you look at the way the free trade agreement has happened in the world, it has been an agreement to outsource production into countries which can discount the cost of environment and social change. There is no doubt it is more expensive to produce the same goods that you would do in Europe than it is in Bangladesh or India, and certainly in China, okay? Because you have no environmental conditions, you have no labor conditions. And that's why the world's economy has flourished. Now you have China, which came into WTO in 2004, and since China came into WTO, its emissions have gone through the roof, okay? And they've gone through the roof because China is today the production house for the entire consuming world. Now, in this, the EU wants to just correct this entire thing by saying, oh, we'll put a border tax. I mean, let's get real people in the European Union. And I'm really, Paul, you really need to shake up your own colleagues and say, you know, let's have a conversation on this. I mean, you can't just turn around and tell the people who you first sold this model to and you said, you know, we are outsourcing all our production to you because you will do it so cheaply. Now we have a crisis of climate change and we put this little border tax and we think it's going to make it all go away. I mean, let's really get real about this.
I know, Paul, that trade is a topic that is very close to your heart, and this that Sunita was saying, this resonates with you. Do you think that we actually need to change our trade policy if we want to support climate action?
Well, I think trade is very important. Besides trade, we also have financial globalization and liberalization, and which has produced fiscal fraud. And those three elements are the core, I think, of the biggest problems that we have everywhere around the world, but especially here in the EU. And so, of course, the trade adjustment or the carbon adjustment tax is not the only solution, and it would not give lots of enormous resource, something like 100 billion euros a year or something like that. So not that much money, but it's also a way of saying, if we want to be fair, we have to say, okay, we have to pay our fair share to those countries, which are the victims of climate change, but we also have to re-regulate the global change. We will not stop trade. I mean, so trade, but so we have to make sure that very high social and environmental standards are imposed at the global level. So even if that tax would not produce anything, it can be useful in order to regulate global change, like the Tobin tax. I mean, if the Tobin tax does not produce a lot of resources, but if it helps regulate global fluxes of capitals around the world, that would be and reduce speculation. That's also very important. And then, of course, the most important is the fight against fiscal fraud, which is the biggest scandal on earth.
We do have the money, we just have to find it, and for that we need to tackle all those issues. And indeed, we have to mainstream any climate action into all of our policies so that we make sure not only that we have the money, but that we are actually consistent with what we preach. I wanted to get back to Morten, because one of the issues that is very at the core of this discussion is actually the fact that the unsustainable mode of consumption is predominantly present in the north, and football is kind of a reflection of that mood of consumption, right? Because we know that it's a sport that is very polluting because of all the traveling, because of all the water and energy consumption of the stadiums. So I was wondering, how do you on your social movement is trying to influence the way that actually football works?
I think the core problem now is the awareness part of people, part of this industry is not, the sustainability part is not yet part of their mindset. Is not part of the core part of the decision making, which is now the problem, not only, of course, in local, but also in FIFA and UEFA, all these bodies that govern the global football industry, where sustainability so far haven't been even considered, and it has to be a core part of their decision making, which it's not, and it has to become. But I think this push has to come from down and up. It doesn't have from up and down. We need more people to engage within the industry. We need players, clubs, and everyone. Like it's the engagement we need to increase. And I'm speaking of the football industry, but this is obviously something we have to increase in every industry, in every part of the world. The core engagement and awareness of people actually to get into this conversation. Because to be honest, a lot of people doesn't get the right information, and a lot of people doesn't listen to or doesn't get the messages from the scientists, from the politicians. And there, I think football has a unique possibility to actually reaching out to the people who doesn't get this information in the first place, or hasn't gotten this information in the first place, the grassroots. And so I think by connecting, this change has to come from down and up. We have to engage more people, and from there we can change things from the top and make the changes as really needed. And for that, it's very interesting to listen to the conversation here, speaking about the Europe's role in this, and the global South, and all these other challenges that we have. It's very interesting to listen to, and I will take this in and work on this as well in my organizational work.
Let me follow up a little bit on that, because you're actually the youngest representative in this panel today, and we wanted to talk as well about this intergenerational issue that climate justice is, because actually those who are polluting the most is obviously the previous generation, and it's going to be the young people who are going to be facing the consequences of climate change. You included in that group of young people. How do you see this discussion, considering that there has been an enormous push of young people to try to see a change in politics so that we actually have more climate action? And how do you see yourself being a young representative of the activism trying to contribute to that conversation?
No, I think young people still has to engage even more, because I think a lot of us, young people has also the disadvantage of being not all. I think the awareness part has to increase, and I think we can always say that young people are pushing this, and a lot of them are, and I think we have a big part. But I think there's still so much power in us that haven't came out, just because we haven't mobilized good enough, and we haven't been smart enough to create those social movements among young globally, because of course this is a global movement that should be among young people, because we're all in the same situation. I mean, some in a worse situation. I'm obviously one of the lucky ones living in one of the safest parts in the world and will feel the effects maybe later on, but still young people should mobilize across all the world, and it's starting to happen with Greta. Obviously, is captured kind of this momentum among the most engaged people. But I think we have to get the grassroots of people on board as well. And I think that's the people who doesn't get the message already from Greta, politicians, and other and the scientists. And I'm trying to mobilize this group of people through sports, where football actually reaches in, and I think that's an important part. Not only reaching the ones that's already engaged, but actually reach them also the ones that has to get on board.
Absolutely, and for that, football can play an enormous role. I wanted to move a little bit, shift a little bit the conversation, and going back to the consequences of climate change and how they affect different communities, and bring dragged in, because I know that you've been working quite a lot on food security and the impact of climate change. And I was wondering, how do you see the current situation, and to what extent trade has also contributed to this issue?
Well, if you look at the 4 C's that are responsible for epidemic levels of hunger now rising across the world, there are over 2 billion people who are food insecure. And those 4 C's are climate, COVID and the recessions associated with that, conflict, and let's not forget that the arms trade is a central part of conflict, and the US and the European Union are quite happy to export arms to other parts of the world, where then you have these hotspots of hunger associated with the arms trade. And of course, capitalism. The food system is set up to cater to the people who are able to afford food. So if you can afford meat, then you will take corn and soy out of the mouths of people who will eat that and put it into animals, and then have that exported and circulated around the world. So you can see farmers and peasant movements and farm workers absolutely in the front lines of hunger. And I think one of the great tragedies, certainly at COP and in the climate discussion going forward, is something that actually maybe Morten will come across as he becomes more successful, which is greenwashing. You see a lot of corporations saying, oh yes, we absolutely must do something about climate change. And then you end up at COP, for example, with the US government and the United Arab Emirates offering a vision for agriculture and food that is called Agricultural Innovation and Modernization for Climate, which is essentially, we will invent magical technologies to allow us to keep things exactly the same. And the greenwash that we see associated with the false solutions around climate change coming everywhere, from the World Bank to the Gates Foundation, is something that is of grave concern, because as we build our movements, and particularly in their infancy, these movements can be swayed if they are not anchored, as Paul says, by political movements that have experience and wisdom in this. That we can get lost in the lies that the the private sector has funded very well for centuries.
Actually, Paul, and this is a conversation ongoing as well in the European Union regarding the common agricultural policy. How do you see this debate? To what extent do you feel that it's green enough? We had this morning a demonstration here of people complaining because it's going to be voted next week. How do you see this conversation going in Europe as well, and how it can affect to the way we live and the way we consume?
Well, the reform of the CAP, of the Common Agricultural Policy, is one of the biggest failures of the EU. We have to acknowledge that, and that we have. I mean, we want to be the best in the world with the green transition. The Green Deal is a big ambition. But if the other policies that you have go in the other direction, then of course you undermine your own project. And the CAP certainly does not support, is not sustainable, and does not support the transition that we need in the Green Deal. The same holds true for trade policy. I mean, we keep negotiating Mercosur, so it means that, as Raj mentioned, we keep saying that we want to buy more soy and more corn from Brazil or from Argentina to feed Belgian or Dutch cows cows and to eat more beef meat here in the European Union, which is completely, of course, in contradiction with the ambitions of the Green Deal. So the coherence of all our policies, trade, the fight against fiscal fraud and the regulation of financial flows at the global level, and the cap should be made coherent with the Green Deal. Otherwise, the Green Deal cannot be taken seriously.
Absolutely. Sunita, I was wondering to what extent do you feel that there can actually be sustainable growth, both in the south and in the north, but by not leaving anyone behind?
I think that's the really biggest question for us. I mean, the fact is we have learned in India that we cannot have sustainable growth without taking everybody with us. And I think that's really what we have learned fundamentally. I mean, I come from a city which is choking with pollution, and the way that we have to deal with pollution is to make sure that not everybody, I mean, today only 20% of Delhi has a car, and yet we have this massive problem of pollution. We do not have the space for 80% to get onto a car, the road space or the air shed. So we actually need to reinvent mobility so that it is affordable to all, and that is the only way that we can get clean air. We also know that one of the biggest issues with clean air is the fact that very large numbers of people in India are too poor, women are too poor to get clean cooking fuel, that they use biomass to cook their food because they don't have the money to even pay for the subsidized cylinder that the government is offering. Now, that pollution goes into the same air shed, which then ends up contaminating the air, which the rich and the poor both have to breathe. So the only way that you can deal with cleaning up Delhi's air is to find an energy transition which is affordable for the poorest. And I think that has really become the fundamental question also for climate change. There is no way the world can deal with climate change unless it finds policies which can deliberately reach the poorest and include them in its plan going forward. And that's my biggest problem with the discourse on climate change, that we see climate justice, climate equity, the need for planning for everybody as something that comes after the business on hand. It's kind of like it's an add-on. But for me, this is the most critical, it is the prerequisite for an effective, ambitious deal. And given that, we definitely can reinvent. I see a lot of possibilities. Like Raj, I work a lot on food systems, and I see a lot of possibility where you can combine the issue of resilience of the very poor with local production systems, with non-chemicalized systems, with systems which are affordable for farmers and not toxic for consumers. So there are ways of working around the systems we have. But for that, I think the most important issue is for us to accept, I think the biggest principle of socialism and democracy is that accept the fact that you have to plan for the last person first.
Absolutely. And it's actually a conversation that we're having in Europe. Indeed, it's not only north-south conversation, it's something that is happening in the European Union. And thank you so much for bringing the gender angle, because we know that when it comes to climate change, the most vulnerable communities are affected the most, and that includes absolutely women. We're coming to the end of the session, and I wanted to bring each of you back in for a last wish, something that you wish it would happen so that we can move into a more climate just society. And I want to ask that to Rag first.
Well, very briefly, and I can't agree more with Sunita, we do need something like a red, black and green New Deal, like we're seeing develop in the United States, something that recognizes the history of colonialism and the debts that Paul was just mentioning, but also recognizes the need to care and shift to a care economy, and also to repair, including reparations from the global north to the global south.
Thank you so much for that, Rag. Morten, what is your wish for a more climate just society?
Yeah, I will hang on my earlier message of spreading awareness to all groups of society. and of course bringing on everybody on board on this, and young people all over the world, not only the top 20%, but everybody, and using sports, and sports taking a leading role in this all over the world.
Thank you so much. Sunita, what is your wish?
Is that we can talk to each other as equals. A very simple wish. I do not want the European Union to preach to us and lecture to us. It just pushes us back 100 years when it comes to building an effective deal. So I have a very simple wish. I'm not sure if it can be realized, but I really hope that we will work towards a more equal world where we can talk as equals.
Thank you so much. Indeed, let's conversation going. Paul, what is your wish?
Well, I fully agree with Raj that what we need is to build a convergence between all those movements, between the social movement, the worker and the trade unions, the green movement, the feminist, eco-feminist movement, the movements against the fight against racism and colonialization. And we have to convince the people, and especially the poorest people, including here in the European Union, that they must not fear transition if we organize it as a fair transition. Because many of those people say, well, transition means that my car, the oil will be more expensive. It's already very difficult for me to pay for my energy bill. How will I do, and so on and so forth. That by investing in green energy, by investing in a better isolation of those buildings, by investing in public transport, by investing in free lunches for the young people with local and organic foods in the schools and that kind of things, we can make their life better. But that also means that we have to make a big choice and say, we're not gonna invest more in private purchasing power or in more profits for the big companies, but we have to invest more in common goods, in basic public services for everyone. And if everyone can benefit from basic public services in the South and also here in the North, then their life will be better after the transition than they are today. And we need to create enthusiasm and to convince them that they should support the transition instead of fearing it.
To have a positive response, to make sure that everyone is part of the conversation, to make sure that we actually involve everybody in the solution. I think Sunita's wish has been conceded, and we have 5 more minutes to talk. So I wanted to go back to her indeed, and to bring back this issue about bringing a positive movement and thinking, what is it that you find that it's missing in that conversation that you want to keep on going? What do you think should be part of the discussion that we are having that we haven't had yet?
So I think exactly, let me follow up from what Paul said. I think it's so critical what he said, that we need to find those convergence points. We need to be able to build a narrative which explains to people how this transformation can happen, and it will take into account the needs of the poorest, the needs of people who need, I can see a lot of opportunity. I think there are a lot of ways in which we can do this in a way that we can build a much more just world, which is also sustainable. And I think if we could take that as the principle moving forward, that it's not about just sustainability, but it's about sustainability which is inclusive. And to say very clearly in all our policies, all our thinking, that we cannot have sustainability unless we have inclusion, unless we have justice. And I see that in India, I see that across the world, that in the conversations we have between the countries who have had development and the countries who want development today. We clearly need transformation. We are facing an existential threat. There is no doubt in even as I talk to you, there are parts of India which are going underwater today. Whether it is Chennai, which had floods last week, or yesterday Tirupur, or today the city of Udaipur, which does not even get rainfall at this time, and has got unseasonal torrential rainfall, and you have massive breakdowns. And remember, all this takes away the development dividend. People lose years of their ability to be able to cope. They lose their ability to be able to live and survive. And that's why we are beginning to see such extraordinary migrations taking place from villages to cities, from cities to outer countries. And I think that insecurity, that anger, that is what we have to understand to say this transformation is an imperative. But for the transformation, very much like all my panelists said, I think the most critical thing is for us to understand that we need to make sure that it is about the poorest, they get a just transition. And it is possible, but we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you so much, Anita. I couldn't have wished for a better way to put an end to this panel. This strong message about the need to ensure sustainability, but make sure that it involves everybody and it's fair and it's equal and it's just. And I would like just to thank all of you for being part of this session. I would like to thank Sumita, Rag, and Morten, and obviously Paul, who is here with me. And I would like to thank you all for being part of this conversation and following us live. We're live here from Brussels. The Global Progressive Forum continues, so stay put.
Thank you, Beatriz, for moderating that very interesting panel with very good points. I heard the word justice a lot. I heard the word inclusion a lot. And of course, how nothing is an island, literally and metaphorically. No one lives on an island. We are all affected by the climate, and we are all affected by the decisions made and the economic imperatives made or not made in order to achieve our goals. Paul Magnette said that we need to support the transition and not fear it. And I think that in such an interconnected economy, in an interconnected world, that is a very important point to take away. Ona is with us still. I'd like to ask you what you took away from this panel.
Well, I'm trying to put it very simple, and from one of our panelists, we got the 3 C's, which is the COVID, climate, and not directly, but capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's very important too. In order to solve one or all these problems, we need to put them together.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I can go over and also talk about the comments that we have already received since we are engaging our followers.
Mm-hmm.
One of the questions is, but we need to fight climate change, and then we need to move money for this, and how are we going to do this? So since we also have seen the fact that capitalism and the system that we live in is one of the big, not necessarily problems, issues that are causing climate problems. Moving money, I think it's important for us to generally change the mindset we are having. Mm-hmm. The profit is not the most important thing that some company needs to seek, but it is somehow to make the world better and also help the environment.
Putting people over profit, literally and metaphorically.
Exactly.
Because in the end, if we do put profit above everything, there will be nothing left. So yes. There's no point in the end if we go for the fatalistic view. It's been an incredible event. We're almost at the end, but we're not quite there yet. We still have a very interesting last session, which very much ties into that last comment, because it's about creating a new social contract for inclusive and sustainable recovery. We are going to hear from the representatives of trade unions from around the world, from Europe, from Somalia, from India, from the United States. It will be moderated by Sharon Burrow, from the International Trade Union Federation. And before we go there, though, I'd like us to link up with Andreas Schieder, who is the Global Progressive Forum co-chair, and hear his thoughts on how the last 2 days have been going. Andreas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello,
hello.
Andreas.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear
yes,
you.
Perfect.
Hello.
So, hello. I think it was already two really full and interesting days, and also today it started already with a lot of very, very interesting debates, and I want to thank you all. But as we are, let's say, before the last event of our Global Progressive Forum, I want to use as co-chair also the opportunity, first of all, to thank all our partners which made it possible, which is the SND in the European Parliament, which is the Party of European Socialists, which is the FEPS, the Foundation, the PES Women, the Progressive Alliance, a lot of trade unions, Solidar, Rainbow Rose, yes, the PS in the Committee of the Regions, UCs, and even SOTSDEM Asia participated with us. We had a lot of people discussing, moderating. So I want to thank everybody who joined us on the podiums and as speakers and the moderators, but especially also the team, which was working now for more than half a year, very, very hard also to get this event done, which is Teresa, Paolo, Brigitte, Penny and Ilona, which invested a lot of time and energy in this event. And I think we can be quite proud also of this event. It was thrilling debates, good content, good ideas, very much attention also. We were really global and progressive, and I think it was a successful GPF, Global Progressive Forum 2021. And if we see it like this, and also if those which are watching us give us a little remark and say, listen, we want you to continue, then I think we have also everything in our hands that we can continue with smaller debates around the year, and maybe again to have such a big event also in 1 year or 2 years time. As we were checking the motto, it is, if we dream it, we can do it. And I think it's combining both. We need dreams, but we have to be also aware we have to put them into reality, but also we need dreams also to put something into reality. And the dream is never only a dream, it is the first step into a better future. So therefore, thanks everybody for being at the GPF, and probably thank you too, but also we will have a last very interesting and important session also ahead of us. All the best to everybody.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and I hope that you can have your GPF 2022 very shortly, as well as debates throughout the year. We're coming to the end of a 3-day event where we had 20 sessions. We've been live streaming for nearly 16 hours. We had 85 speakers from 5 different continents. Our last panel is very important because a green future goes hand in hand with the future of work. And a study that I saw recently from the Institute for the Future said that 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 haven't been invented yet. When we think about the conversation we had on the first day of the GPF panel, where we were asking many of the progressives what their dreams were, we were looking back to what has or has not been achievable or even imaginable, what is right now, which wasn't the reality even 10 years, if not going back to 20 or 30 years. That is a hard number for me, a hard statistic for me to fathom, that in 2030, 85% of jobs that will exist have not been invented. So I think it's a very timely conversation to have about a new social contract. And I'm very excited to hear what comes next. Ona, have you got any favorites from what you've heard? What do you feel is the thing you're going to take away from the panel so far?
And I think what you have just said is a very important topic, because digitalization is for many people, this picture where you see people in the subway and people look on their phone all the time, and older people are very annoyed by the fact that people do not talk to each other. I think that the most important thing that we need to take with us is that then the new future is just a different way of communicating. It is still very much involving lots of communication. I think that modern times that we are seeking do include more communication that we have had in the past, because now we speak more languages, we have many devices and many kind of communication that we can do. And I think that we should take with us that the future can and will be a better one, always.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the next session, I'd like us to play the video Focus on People one more time to remind ourselves of why the Global Progressive Forum is here ultimately. Focus on the people being the motto, and if you can dream it, do it, because at the end of the day, it's the reason we're all here, to focus on people and not on institutions as much as and corporations and multinationals.
Yes, I think it's also very important, the different aspects that we can dream on. We cannot just dream on the one level. It is important to dream on Europe, about the global level, the different social aspects, as in for young people and for elderly people, but also for the young parents, for example, or older parents. So inclusion, I think, is the key.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's go straight to the panel, to the video.
Some people don't have a house, access to water, or food for their family. Some people have to flee their homes to escape war and persecution. Some people live in countries where love is a crime. Some people don't have a job, or a decent job. Half of people are women, but they still do not have half the power, half the rights, or half the opportunities. Together, we can change this. Global Progressive Forum. We focus on people.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us. For the trade unions, for our progressive political leaders, this is a very important discussion because it's about how we rebuild hope and trust for working people and their families all around the world. And for us, this means we need to acknowledge that the social contract is broken, that since the 1980s and hyperglobalization, we've seen the labour income share plummet like the Big Dipper. And indeed, we've seen work become, frankly, more insecure to the point where we now have a global labour market that is simply broken. 60% of workers work informally. They're not just in the developing world, they're also in rich economies. That means no rights, no minimum wage, no rule of law, and no social protection all too often. And of course, of the 40% who have some form of permanent or contractual employment, then more than a third of those are in precarious, insecure, low-paid work. And that number's growing. Even our new forms of work, in terms of internet-mediated work, are actually more often than not regulated by labour market rules. They're actually informal work in and of their own right, often piecework. And of course, that is worldwide. So we have a job to do to re-regulate our labour market. For the global union movement, which I represent, then in fact, we have 5 critical demands for a new social contract. Jobs, jobs and jobs. They must be climate-friendly jobs because we have to transition every part of our economy if we're going to actually stabilise the planet. And there are simply no jobs on a dead planet. But we do need just transition. We also need, of course, rights. The attacks on workers' rights, if you read the ITUC Global Rights Index, is more massive than ever. And we need mandated due diligence. We need, of course, to see universal social protection and the solidarity of a global social protection fund to contribute to building systems in the poorest countries. That's in the interest of everybody, individuals, our economy, everybody. And we need equality of income with minimum living wages, and indeed universal social protection, but also collective bargaining to share prosperity. The question is, why do we make wealth? Why do we build our economies if we're not prepared to share it? And then, of course, we need equality of gender and race. I know that many of you, including Jayati, will pick up the impact of the COVID pandemic on women. Already, progress for women had stalled before COVID-19, but now the loss of $800 billion. That's massive, and we need to make sure gender equality and equality of race are on the table. And the fifth one is inclusion. We have to build inclusive labour markets. We have to deal with the issues of refugees who are growing in number. And of course, we have to realise the SDGs as well as the Paris Climate Agreement. I know individually each country will have different demands, but all of those are central to the security of workers who face the impact of a convergence of crisis. Even before COVID-19, historic levels of inequality and the climate emergency, and now a global health emergency that's laid bare the fault lines in the global economy. We need workers to feel secure in order for our economies to be secure. So re-regulating the labour market is fundamental, ending the impunity that corporations think they can just run dehumanising exploitation through our supply chains and pretend that's okay. That's not a way to build wealth. So thank you for being here. I'm Sharon Burrow from the ITUC, and I want to introduce a star-studded panel. I'm going to start with a very good European friend who's just joined us, so he gets no time to think. But Nicholas Smith is, of course, the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. Nicholas has been a very, very long friend of the labour movement, an activist with the ILO in his previous roles, and indeed now works closely with indeed workers and employers in the European Union with much on his plate, including a minimum wage directive to get through the Commission this week. So Nicholas Smith, tell us what you think will make for a new social contract.
Thank you. First, it's a pleasure to be here and to participate in this forum. And I think this is a very timely moment to reflect on a new social contract, because we are at the moment where finally the old social contract has been broken for a while. And you mentioned it and you described it. And we have ahead of us, or we are in a way in midst of big transformations, which are perhaps only comparable to the major changes we went through, or the world went through during the big industrial revolutions. So I think we are at a moment where we have to rebuild our economies in a way, climate-friendly way. And we have seen at the COP26 how big this challenge is for sectors, for the whole economy, but also for our societies, and especially also for workers. And we are also in the midst of a technological revolution, which is going faster and faster, which brings up new ways of work, some interesting, others very worrying, platforms where we see that the rights of workers are put into question without no social protection. And therefore we have to act. And therefore we have now, and it's especially also because of this health crisis, because of the pandemic, that we need a new social contract which reaffirms the existing social rights, labor rights, social protection, investment in social infrastructure, investment in people, investing in their skills to be able to face this big transformation. And we need, and you mentioned it, and that's also the purpose of one of our proposals, we need a fair distribution of wealth. We need a fair distribution of wealth inside our societies first, and we have seen that globalization and sometimes also technological change has changed this distribution of wealth, mainly through a lower part of wages in the overall wealth creation. But we need also the issue of wealth distribution between the rich countries and the developing countries. So it's a global issue of distribution of wealth, and it's inside our societies. And I think this means that we need a social contract, a new social contract, on the basis of these rights in our societies, between labor and capital, but also between labor and social partners and the governments, so the tripartite issue, and also between social partners. And we need a new contract, social contract, especially also related to climate change and other major challenges, development challenges between the more prosperous world and the developing world.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And indeed, we are very grateful that you are a leading voice here in Europe. But let's also think about how we build the alliances globally. And there can be no more important alliance than at this moment than, in fact, the transatlantic alliance. So if you have Europe and the US totally committed to putting workers, unions, good union jobs back on the agenda, then that gives us hope. It gives working people hope everywhere. And while we're used to social dialogue and a commitment to the rules of the game in Europe, where they crack a little, then, you know, there's a lot of anxiety, but at least the structures are there. When you go to the US, we've been very heartened, of course, by President Biden's election and his advocacy for workers, for good union jobs. We've also been really heartened to see, and I've just, of course, like many of us, come back from COP26 to see that there is an equation that says climate action has to equal jobs. We know there are jobs in the transition, but it has to be absolutely front and centre. So Jennifer Harris, Jennifer is indeed the Special Assistant to the US President and the Senior Director for International Economics and Labour for the National Security Council and the National Economic Council. Jennifer, we're delighted you could join us. We're really grateful. And let's hear what you think it means to talk about a new social contract for working people.
Well, thank you. I'm delighted to be with you and such esteemed company of people who have been sounding the alarm on the wayward state of corporate-led globalization and under attention to how power really moves through our economy for a long time. And I am sort of, obviously it's a moment that demands deep reflection and bold action on the kind of government that can deliver for working people. I think you're beginning to see the fruits of that, fortunately, in some of the legislation that is moving here in Washington. But you know, I want to just sort of underscore the extent to which this legislation is necessary, but by no means sufficient. Because after we make these investments that have, really been far too long in coming, we need to make sure that we do begin to attend once more after, frankly, a 40-odd year hiatus to the role that power, both economic and political power, play in shaping market outcomes and in our democracy here in the U.S. And I just think that for far too long, the assumptions that we have used in guiding our understanding of what makes for good economics have just sort of checked power and the realities of how power operates at the door. And I think you are beginning to see the fruits of a different approach in the U.S. And I would sort of point to a few different markers of that. One, the global minimum tax deal that we were able to sort of push through and bless at the most recent G20 leaders meeting. It was certainly a victory for taming globalization and reclaiming the kind of agency that we all have and have always had over our economies. And but in that, I think it is also a win for small d democracy, and just reasserting that it is within our reach to design the kind of economy that we want to live in and the values that economy should serve, and importantly, to ensure that that is an economy that works for workers and not the other way around. Point one. And another important data point, I think it probably was somewhat sort of lesser noted or under the radar, but a really important model for the politics of the climate transition that you noted, and ensuring that this transition does not happen on the backs of workers, was the steel and aluminum deal that the U.S. was able to reach with the EU, in part for the way that it would, it was the first agreement that would use market access to begin to discriminate on the basis of carbon intensity, because we know that a lot of the offenders of overcapacity and production of steel and driving down prices below sustainable levels that threaten a lot of the best union jobs, both in the U.S. and Europe, are some of also the dirtiest steel in the world. And getting the domestic politics on the right side of climate transition, I think, is going to be crucial to ensuring the kind of political sustainability of the transition and the just nature that we all, I think, are rightly demanding. So I think, put together, both of these pieces are evidence of a different approach that is really about countervailing power. And you see that, too, in the Biden-Harris administration's renewed commitment to organized labor and to unions in particular. And I think, whether it's through, renewed commitment to organized labor and unions, our renewed emphasis on antitrust and really taming corporate power through those sets of tools, to the kind of efforts on corporate taxation. These are all different stories about countervailing power and its crucial role in designing the kind of economy and democracy we want to live in and we deserve to live in. So with that, I will conclude, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. And can I say I also helped launch Secretary Blinken's Blue Dot Network, which is about actually making sure that the foundations of infrastructure investment through the OECD have both human and labour rights as a floor for giving infrastructure projects around the world the seal of the blue dot, which will, of course, give investors confidence, we hope, but certainly workers confidence that those projects will, in fact, be absolutely worker-friendly and create the dignity of work that we know is so vital. Let me bring in a couple of union voices here, because indeed Liz Shuler, as the president of the American Federation of Labor, the AFL-CIO, we know the importance of your role, both domestically but also as a leader globally, with all of our affiliate leaders working together for, indeed, a new social contract. And Liz was one of the first people we could celebrate with, along with South Africa. When the ITUC said we want a jobs plan in every country, it was almost instantaneous that President Biden actually released the plan for climate and jobs. So, Liz, what makes for the justice, the social contract for you? What's your dream for American workers, and what are you fighting for?
Sure. Thank you so much. This has been such a joy to listen to. And Jennifer, I just want to say thank you, because you are right down the street from me right now. And I think it's emblematic that we are so close together and so much in sync with this administration. And it's a true pleasure to be here, certainly with you, Sharon, my shero, our leader of the ITUC, and my distinguished co-panelists for this discussion, because reimagining, rebuilding a sound global social contract is the perfect way to conclude this Global Progressive Forum. I know we're the last panel and we're bringing it home on the most important topic, because we know we live in a deeply connected global economy and a society that right now are organized in ways that are unsustainable. And we've been hearing it throughout the conference. It's a trend that we've enabled since the 1980s with this blind belief in unregulated global markets, a blind deference to national governments, even as they violate fundamental human rights. So it's time to open our eyes. It's been made clear throughout the conference the current global economic model is what's feeding runaway inequality, and it undermines democratic institutions. And now we're living with the consequences. Incompetent world governance systems enabled the worst global health emergency. And now they're strained to the breaking point by climate change. And everywhere, there is a systematic devaluation of human beings. So we cannot overlook these facts. And obviously on this panel, we are in solid agreement. So what now? We all agree on the problem, but what we need to do now is pivot into building a different approach to global governance. And solidarity has to be the foundation. A livable planet has to be the foundation, and working people have to be the foundation. So in the United States, of course, the Biden-Harris administration, as you heard, is building this new framework with workers and sustainability at the center of both domestic and global policy priorities. I cannot tell you how refreshing it is for us as trade unionists to be working with this administration. It is such a refreshing change. President Biden just signed a once-in-a-generation infrastructure investment just days ago that will create good-paying union jobs, he keeps saying, union jobs, and grow the economy sustainably and equitably. And thanks to this administration and the U.S. labor movement, we are on the brink of passing investments that will take it even further with the Build Back Better plan, investments in the care economy, investments in the clean energy transition. We're one step closer because our United States House of Representatives just passed Build Back Better this morning and is now sending it to the Senate. So rights, equity, a universal social protection floor, a just transition, and solidarity. And it's nations and people working together. That's how we are going to solve the great problems that are facing workers everywhere. And a new global social contract should be a baseline understanding among the world's governments, global corporations, multilateral institutions, communities of faith, trade unions, and civil society organizations, that we will work together and structure the rules of the global economy so that those who are doing the work receive a fair share of the wealth that we create. And we support the ITUC principles. And Sharon outlined, those 5 pillars beautifully. But I think we can take some very clear first steps right now toward a new social contract. And I just wanted to outline a few of those. Number 1, make the COVID vaccine available to every person in every country by the end of 2022. Number 2, develop a concrete plan to fund the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Number 3, ensure that fundamental labor and human rights standards are included in all trade agreements and the WTO rules. Number 4, fund the commitments made at COP26 fairly, including, as was mentioned, just transition pledges that have been made by governments to include workers at the negotiating tables and to make those real. Number 5, support for the global corporate minimum tax championed by the Biden administration with a scheduled rate increase from the current 15% to 25%, which Jennifer just talked about. Number 6, develop a global social protection fund, as Sharon mentioned, for countries to build access to essential health care, basic income security for all workers, both in the formal and informal economies. And finally, ratify ILO Convention 190 to end gender-based violence and harassment across workplaces. These are some specific things that we could get to work on right now. Ambitious first steps, but first steps, right? And the scale of investments that we need in people, in basic infrastructure and climate mitigation technology, as we know, is in the tens of trillions of dollars. And the need to democratize multilateral institutions is urgent because we know the threat of authoritarianism is very real and it's global. So the needs are great, but we can address them globally if we come together with a collective commitment and a collective political will to prioritize the needs of working people. And working people, of course, aren't waiting. They're already stepping up and they're getting the job done. They're fighting COVID. They're answering climate change. And they're building this prosperous, fair, democratic world that we want to see for everyone. They're in motion already. But solidarity is what we need. And we need leadership. I'll just end on that. Because leadership is what's going to get us there so that we open our eyes, as I said earlier, imagine and create the new global social contract that working people truly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And indeed, let me give a shout out of thanks to your trade ambassador, Catherine Tai, because she's been remarkable as an advocate, indeed, for that fair competition flaw you described in terms of rights and environmental standards at the WTO. And we'll see what comes out of this first ministerial meeting, but we do need to see a very different approach. So let me then refer to the next union voice, and of course, it's Omar Farouk Osman, who is the General Secretary of FESTU, the Federation of Somali Trade Unions. But let me tell you, this is a brother who is an incredible leader. Not only has he been on the front lines in a war-torn country, but he's worked, and we've been proud to support him, work to broaden his democracy in terms of the franchise, the voice of working people in what are the priorities in that democracy. And I saw him in COP. We talk about a chasm that exists between the people on the outside who are angry because they're despairing, they want to see hope and they've lost trust, and even those on the inside trying to do the right thing and lift ambition, lift finance, commit to just transition and so on. But I watched Omar work with his delegation and during the course of the COP take his own government delegation from here in ambition to here. And so, Omar, you have our undying respect. And tell us what you want in a new social contract for your people.
Thank you very much, Sister Sharon, our own leader and the General Secretary of ITUC, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important topic of a new social contract for inclusive and sustainable recovery. I'm really very happy to join Sister Liz and Brother Luca, as well, fellow unionists, in these discussions. We are in a period of intense unpredictability. The last 18 months of a global pandemic, and the discussion is, commitment is, and urgency that emerged from the UN Climate Change Conference, which Sharon just mentioned, demonstrate this. In Somalia, this is coupled with periods of conflict and violence. We know it is time to rethink how we understand society. We have seen many nations increase their GDP and display impressive economic development, but with little wealth distribution and relief to elevate the suffering of the majority. We know that no society can flourish without the fulfillment and protection of human, economic, and social rights. No society can flourish without an empowered and thriving working population that is supported by decent jobs and working conditions and an acceptable degree of social protection. In the context of the multifaceted crisis presented by COVID-19, poverty, and unemployment, lack of protection from shocks, climate crisis, and continued violence and conflict, Somalia desperately needs a new social contract. For some time, organizations like mine, the Federation of Somali Trade Unionists, have been calling for job creation to be a key component in the new social contract. It can serve as a facilitator for recovery and resilience, particularly in response to COVID-19 and more broadly towards a conflict-free, truly democratic Somalia. This includes the creation of climate-friendly jobs with just transition principles. In addition to job creation, we have also demanded that the new social contract include enforcement of progressive labor rights, social protection, and equality for women and other marginalized groups in our society. Our federation's calls align with the position of the ITUC, which advocates for a new social contract with the floor of a universal labor guarantee, the central recommendation of the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work. We believe that this is the only approach that would ensure that all workers are able to realize the promise of decent work and have access to justice. FESTU routinely brings together union activists and government representatives where we raise the issue of poor working conditions in Somalia. This includes loss of jobs, wages, income, and general livelihoods. An unimaginable number of Somali workers suffer from precarious and unpredictable working conditions. To compound the challenge, only a small minority of workers can claim to have a decent jobs, with many of them in the current climate having either suffered layoffs or significant wage cuts. This is within the context of Somalia being one of the poorest countries in the world. According to the United Nations Development Programme, Somalia has a poverty rate of 73%, meaning 7 out of 10 Somalis are poor, with youth unemployment rate staggering at 67%. We also cannot forget the 2.6 million Somalis currently displaced within their own country as a result of climate shocks and internal fighting. We have recently ended 2 weeks of intense discussions at the COP, as Sister Sharon mentioned, and I'm obliged to highlight the climate-related challenges faced by Somalia, in addition to the economic burden caused by COVID-19. The past 12 months have brought devastating floods in parts of my country. A new wave of locust infestations have devoured agricultural land and the loss of rain-fed pastures, threatening the survival of livestock, which are the basis of the livelihood of many Somalis. Most recently, discussions have called specifically for a new social contract for Somalia's recovery and resilience. This means urging government authorities, the private sector, trade unions, and other stakeholders, as well as the international community, to intensify their efforts to decisively deal with the multifaceted crisis. A new social contract requires sustainable investments for a just transition to a green economy, economic recovery that guarantees social protection for all, a living wage, a safe and healthy working environment, respect for rights at work, and a culture of social dialogue for labor market governance. When we appreciate the level of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and vulnerability in Somalia, it is clear that a new social contract will make a strategic and sustainable impact and allow Somali people to live decent and dignified lives. This, in turn, facilitates their social, political, and economic participation in the society. Finally, a new social contract will demonstrate that our government is committed to reducing poverty and helping workers, individuals and families and children live a quality life despite the circumstances in which they were born into. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar. And I have no doubt that you will be on the front lines of that struggle, not just in your own country, but indeed throughout Africa, as well as, of course, integrated into our international leadership. Let me now introduce somebody who really needs no introduction. In fact, her title as development economist and professor from India really does not do Jayati any kind of justice. Jayati, you are a global voice. You are much respected, but you are also much loved by us. And I just finished reading your piece on a feminist economy. And I must say, again, I was struck by the wisdom of what it means to share economic prosperity and to build that from the ground up. If we're going to actually return to full employment, the dignity of work, then we know in the formal economy we need 575 million new jobs. The UN Secretary General says 400 million. We'll take that and build on it. But also, of course, we need universal social protection, but we need women to be in the centre of that, to actually get the lion's share, because the impact on prosperity for women has been so dramatic, and yet their capacity and their leadership is indeed recognised everywhere. So, Jyoti, give us a framework of what you think are the economic conditions for a new social contract where workers can enjoy full employment and social protection.
Well, thank you so much, Sharon, and it's really a great pleasure to be with all of you in this even virtual format. You know, I think that already the ITUC and all of the people here have talked about some of the critical building blocks that we need for a sustainable future, and they're well known, so I'm not going to repeat the obvious. But I think, let me just begin by saying that we have to really think of a global multicolored New Deal, not just green. Absolutely green, there's a no-brainer, right? We have to do something not just about climate change, but the overall environmental damage that is already eroding our societies and economies. But we also have to be blue. We have to recognize the significance of water, especially in the developing world. I don't think we pay enough attention to how much we have destroyed and degraded water resources and what that means for the ordinary lives of people. Women have to walk double the amount of time, sometimes as much as 8 hours a day, to collect water in some parts of India, for example. It has to be a purple New Deal. By purple, I mean the care economy. And I think definitely this is something that people in the Biden administration in the US recognize. But it's not adequately recognized, despite COVID, despite the importance of essential workers and care workers and so on. They have not got a better deal. We have not realized that care is central to not just the economy of the future, but jobs of the future. Giving the right appropriate numbers of care workers per population would generate at a minimum 250 million more jobs by 2030. So there is a huge opportunity for investment in care, which also has very high multiplier effects. And of course, it has to be it has to be redistributive. And that redistribution comes not just from open redistribution through taxes and subsidies, but it comes through regulation. Too much of the regulation is oriented now towards allowing large enterprises, global multinational corporations, to basically get away with not just not paying taxes, but actually with murder, because they do deny people vaccines and so on. Now, we can't say that they have to suddenly become good and start thinking about other people. We have to make regulations that do not allow them to do this. And it's possible. It has been done in the past. If technologies are developed with public support and assistance and public knowledge, they have to be publicly shared. And companies can be made to do that. So in that respect, let me just make the point that I also really want to make here, which is that I don't want to sound like I'm raining on the parade, but really, there is no global social contract. There is no possibility of one right now because there's no global trust. There is no evidence of global solidarity. I'm sorry, there really isn't. We have seen that in the climate negotiations. We have seen that with the vaccine distribution. We have seen that in the transfer of technology issues. So if I have to identify a few low-hanging fruit that I think would build the trust that is essential for a global social contract, without which, let's face it, there is no globe left. We will all actually perish if we don't do this. What are the minimum things we have to do? We have to distribute, I think you already mentioned, we have to distribute vaccines by the end of 2022. Why the end of 2022? Why not now? Rich countries, G7, are sitting on huge amounts of vaccines. Instead of giving boosters and children and et cetera, distribute the vaccines to countries that haven't even got 5% of their population vaccinated. And force the companies that have got the technology that you allowed them to get and that you paid for them to get, to share this technology so that it can be produced elsewhere in the world. I think that's really a no-brainer. Why isn't it happening immediately, and why are people in the North not demanding this? Secondly, technology transfer for greening. You know, vaccines is just a taster of the absolute monopoly control over knowledge that is preventing us from doing anything to save the planet. And a lot of the green technologies are still hoarded by major multinational companies that do not share and make it unaffordable in large parts of the developing world. When countries try and subsidize and create their own renewable energy, they face cases in the WTO, sometimes encouraged by trade unions who are pushing their governments to bring these cases. This is unpleasant, but it's true. And it also does not build an atmosphere of trust. Tax cooperation. The OECD tax agreement was mentioned. It is a disaster for developing countries. We will get nothing from this. The alternative was easy and available. It has been so whittled down through the lobbying of multinational companies, largely US multinationals, that it amounts to 10% of the global profits being subject to taxation and to major rules that will actually be so easy to avoid that the major multinationals are delighted with this new agreement. And developing countries are likely to get almost nothing from it. It can be fixed. And there are solutions out there. The Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation, of which I'm a member, has been suggesting these solutions for a very long time, and they can be implemented if there's enough political pressure. We have to have controls over finance. We cannot do anything if, as long as finance is allowed to do what it likes, funding the brownest projects. Everybody is blaming China for coal and India for coal, correctly. I am not at all a supporter of the Indian government position on coal. But the biggest funders of coal projects globally are 8 US finance companies. Why don't the regulations prevent them from doing this? Why don't we have regulations that say if you're going to fund coal, triple that amount, you have to be funding green projects at the very least? And finally, we have to recycle these special drawing rights. We've got a $650 billion allocation of new special drawing rights. The G7 countries alone get 60% of that, and they're not going to use it. It's going to lie there in their accounts in the IMF. Recycle these, for heaven's sake. There are so many options. This Global Social Protection Fund, climate finance, which the developed countries have not met their commitments for 12 years, of just a measly $100 billion a year. The actual public money spent, on average, in the last 12 years is $25 billion. The rest of it is all bank guarantees, and even that comes to about $65 billion, which is not just peanuts, it's appalling when there are these massive fiscal stimuli going on in the developed world. But this recycling SDRs would be a costless way of doing it. The fiscal cost is negligible because you only pay that tiny little interest that the IMF asks for. And so why don't we ask the governments of the advanced countries to recycle the SDRs towards these essential global public investment for battling climate change, for dealing with adaptation, for dealing with loss and damage due to climate change, for dealing with the disease, for public health purposes, and for new diseases that may come up, and for global social protection. I really believe that we have to stop, just saying the big general good things and do the specific things, because trust will not be built otherwise. And without trust, we will not get a global social contract. And without a global social contract, as I said before, we will not really have a globe for much longer. Thanks.
Thank you, Jayati. And trust is certainly at the centre of our fight to build that new social contract. And I accept that the conditions are against us, but we will fight nevertheless. Industry policy you've raised, and I know my final union speaker will pick up on this. But just before I go to Luca, can I ask you to do 30 seconds each? If we take a really short-term view, the next 6 months, the first 6 months of 2020, what's one thing that we could aim to win, that you could aim or you would want to see the world put in place that can actually start to rebuild that trust? Jayoti, is it in fact vaccine sharing of vaccine production? What is it for you?
I would say immediately recycling SDRs towards a range of things like vaccine purchases by developing countries, purchasing of patents and technologies for greening technology.
Okay, SDRs.
I'm saying just recycle the SDRs, that's all. And there are all kinds of purposes you can do that.
We have 10 seconds each now. Recycle the SDRs. Omar. What's your number one demand for the next 6 months? What do you want to see?
Well, the first thing that I wanted to see is we are victims of climate crisis. And what we need is the global north to be serious and to support countries like in Africa, to transition in a just way.
Global solidarity for just transition, jobs at the heart of it, absolutely. Jennifer Harris, what do you want to see? What's the one thing you want to see achieved in the next 6 months?
Thank you. I am working hard on the SDR recycling issue. It is something my office is deeply involved in and have been sort of leading those calls in the G7. So I am cautiously optimistic that we will put some points on the board on that vitally important issue, as was mentioned. I also think we need to begin setting a new norm of measuring what matters around carbon intensity and predicating market access as one of the largest tools we have to sort of not just set minimum floors of standards, as trade has traditionally done on environmental issues, but really begin using trade to actively drive decarbonization in a way that does not happen on the backs of our workers.
Trade as a tool for justice in terms of rights, market access, etc. Excellent. Liz, 10 seconds. What's the one thing you want to see in the next 6 months?
I'll just echo what's already been said because that's clearly what we're focused on, but we have an immediate goal of Build Back Better in the US so that we can actually get real with our investments and make those COP26 commitments to just transition real so that we don't further divide the people in the United States and around the world, and make sure that if we're moving from one industry to a clean energy economy, that it's done with working people.
Transition, working people at the table, justice. Nicholas, you've got a number of regulation issues on the table, but what's the one you really want to deliver?
Well, I would say on the global level, vaccination is key, and we have to show solidarity. Yayati has mentioned it, and I think solidarity by providing vaccines to the whole world, and especially to the developing world. This we have really to combat this pandemic together.
And I would add to that, win the minimum wage collective bargaining directive this week, Nicholas.
Okay.
That's your task.
Okay.
We're not going to do you justice, Luca, but Luca is the General Secretary of the ETUC, the European Trade Union Confederation, a fantastic leader, a partner in crime, often making life difficult between both of us for the European Union and other leaders. So, Luca, what's the outcome here? What's the wrap-up take from this?
I think that...
and he has laryngitis.
Yeah, exactly. My voice is almost gone, so I hope I can survive for a couple of minutes. Well, I think that it was very important to have this discussion today because it's true that we need to rebuild the social contract. It's true that we have a momentum because after the pandemic, after the many crises we have gone through, we have now a new narrative taking over. But at the same time, we have also to be careful because we have so many enemies around. It's very difficult to deliver. So we have to be very clear on what we want. I would like to pick just 5 things that I've heard during the debate and I think are really crucial. The first one is health. And here we have vaccines, of course. I don't repeat what has already been said, but we have also health and safety for workers that come back to their jobs, but also for workers that will continue teleworking. We need to make sure their health is protected anywhere they are working. And we need also to invest a lot on our social protection and healthcare systems that have been completely disrupted by decades of austerity, and now is really time to rebuild them. The second element is jobs. Sharon, you mentioned it. Everybody mentioned this. But what should we do to create jobs, quality jobs? A massive number of quality jobs are needed to face the just transition that we need and to rebuild our economy. Well, we have managed again through austerity to put in place the wrong economic model. So what Liz said before, we need to build a different economic model, a different economic paradigm that must be based on public investment. And since we have an enormous quantity of money in terms of public investment now available. We need this time to put conditions for how the money is spent. We cannot just give this money to the multinational companies and just to enrich and increase their profits. This time we need measurable indicators to make sure that this money is invested to create quality jobs everywhere. Third element is, of course, just transition. But again, what does it mean, just transition, for the communities, for the territories? We cannot just tell workers that are going to lose their jobs, you know, you will receive some training, you will receive some social protection, maybe a pre-retirement scheme, and then your community will be destroyed, and you have to migrate 1,000 kilometers far from your home just to get a job. No, we need to invest the money for job creation in the communities. We need an industrial plan. We need energy plans. We need economic governance and social dialogue and collective bargaining. Fourth element is social rights and social protection must be at the core of our rebuilt social contract. And in this respect, we need two elements in there that are key. Convergence, upward convergence, is no more acceptable that between countries there are incredible differences, discrimination, inequality. And the other fundamental element is that we need also extension of the coverage of rights and protection. But because there are too many categories of workers, especially migrants, women, non-standard workers, informal economy, self-employed, that are completely neglected in terms of protection for rights and social protection. Very last element is democracy. Democracy is under attack everywhere, in Europe, in the rest of the world. Trade unions are at the forefront for defending democracy. We are the first targets of authoritarian regimes. We are the first target for the fascists and for far right. We will stand against them. They will not pass through. We have to defend democracy because democracy is the first tool in the end of workers to rebuild the social contract. Thank you.
So thank you, Luca. There you have it. A new social contract, global solidarity, the, let me get it right, Jyoti, the indeed blue, purple, red, green deal. And I heard it last week in the People's Summit described as black on top of that. So from a wonderful leader from New Orleans, we do need a global New Deal. For us, that's a global social contract, starting with those plans where unions are at the table in every country. Let's re-regulate the labour market for inclusion. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for bringing us that panel, Sharon. This was the last event in the Global Progressive Forum, a new social contract for inclusive and sustainable recovery. And one soundbite I'm keeping from that, from Jayati Ghosh, is that there can be no social contract without global trust. And to have trust, you must have a conversation, which is what all these progressive leaders, thinkers, activists, academics, and civil society representatives have been doing throughout these last 3 days at the Global Progressive Forum. We've talked a lot about dreams, we've talked a lot about the priorities for the next decade, but coming together to have these conversations is the first crucial step in turning dreams into action. So in summary, we've had 3 days, 20 sessions, 16 hours of live streaming, 85 speakers from across 5 continents joining us for what was hopefully only the beginning. We will be back in 2 years' time, in 2023, hopefully, in person for the next Global Progressive Forum. But for now, thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to everyone who's been involved in the organization, from the S&D Group in the European Parliament and all of the partners, to all the technicians behind the scenes, to the organizers, to all of you for engaging online. And if you haven't managed to catch all the panels, don't worry. You can go to the Socialists and Democrats group in the European Parliament's YouTube channel, and you can replay the conversations there. But for now, good night. And remember, if you can dream it, you can do it. Thank you very much.